meeting, your name would be treated as holy. We pray that your purposes would prosper, and that we would seek your ways and your will. Give these commissioners your provisions of wisdom and strength to remain faithful to you and your word. Grant to these commissioners the ability to discern what is true, what is right, and what is best. Forgive them when they fall short of your glory and welcome them back to serve you with repentance. Repair broken relationships with forgiveness and understanding. We live in a world where there is evil and there is good. The devil is present in all evil. Deliver us from his stronghold. Leading these commissioners toward good. You alone are perfectly good. Yours is the only kingdom, and yours is the only power, and to you be all the glory forever and ever. Amen.
Amen. God bless you. Please rise and join us for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Ms. Cosby.
Here.
Mrs. Eagle.
Here.
Mr. Zylstra. Here. Mr. Bonham. Mr. Moss. Here. Mr. Terpstra. Here. Mrs. Curran.
Here.
Mrs. Rohde.
Here.
Mr. Belknap.
Here.
Mr. Bergman.
Here.
And Mrs. Biedema.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Seeing as we have no correspondence tonight, we're going to move into public comment. Public comment is an opportunity to come forward and take 3 minutes to address the board. Mr. Clerk, do we handle this?
We do. We have currently 41 individuals signed up for public comments. Number 1 is Kate Leighton Colburn of Holland.
My name is Kate Leighton Colburn. I'm the Executive Director of the Lakeshore, an LGBTQ+ community and resource center located in Holland. We provide year-round programming for the community. Some of our programming is geared toward adult audiences, and some of our programming is geared toward youth and families. I want to address the blog post you penned last month, Commissioner Moss, and the resolution on the agenda tonight. In the blog, you defended your decision to sign our grant memorandum with the Latin phrase "by coctus," meaning signed under duress. Quoting your post, you said, "However, it is not the role of government to participate in promoting and supporting organizations that promote an agenda which includes the sexualization of children, especially as we increasingly see the potential for the overstep of parental rights and medical decisions regarding gender transition for children. To put it simply, the Ottawa County Health Department should not fund programming for youth with activist organizations that support and promote the sexualization of children, particularly when they advocate on issues with lifelong ramifications which children are not developmentally equipped to process or consent to." Commissioner Moss, in this statement, you accuse us of sexualizing children. That is what you said. You feel this way even though you've never participated in our events or spoken with any of us directly. Our youth and family events are, of course, designed to meet the needs of young people and are therefore created to be developmentally appropriate. They do not in any way sexualize children. I can give you numerous examples, and if you'd like, we can have a conversation that is longer than 3 minutes about why our work is important. With that being said, Out on the Lakeshore opposes the resolution to protect childhood innocence as written. Like Commissioner Miedema said in the June 20 HHS meeting, children are precious. We agree on that. But based on the aforementioned blog post, I question the reasoning behind this resolution. Unlike the blog post, the resolution penned by Commissioner Moss with support from his peers is broad and vaguely written, and I wonder why that is. Is it vague because you're afraid we'll say that you're targeting us and the county staff who work with us? Whether or not you're willing to say so now, the direct quotes from your blog and the way you signed that grant memorandum makes me think that you are. I know that there is very little that I can say to change your minds, commissioners, and that what I say tonight will probably have little effect on the decision-making process. But I'll say this, our organization does not, we have never and we never will sexualize children. And I would like to be able to continue working with Ottawa County. If there is even one of you in this room tonight planning to vote yes, who even a little bit questions the righteousness of that decision, please reach out to me. Even if you vote yes tonight, but there is a small voice somewhere in the back of your mind saying, "I'm not sure if this was right," reach out to me. Let's have a conversation. Maybe we'll still walk away disagreeing, but at the very least, you gave that little piece of yourself the freedom to ask some questions. The LGBTQ+ families we serve deserve to be heard. The kids we serve deserve to be heard. They are, indeed, precious. Please consider them when voting tonight. Thank you for your time.
Number 2 is Sheila Detlaw, Holland.
So, some of you created a lot of headlines about the health department recently, pretending that Pride events somehow sexualize children, and then making the dramatic leap that the health department is endorsing that. Commissioner Rohde seemed particularly hung up on the words pattern and grooming. So let's look at patterns and grooming. I decided to check various Pride events throughout the state to see how many have local public health departments involved. You'll be happy to know that there's a pattern, as a matter of fact, of health departments participating. Ottawa County is in very good company. Here's just a few examples. The Kalamazoo DHHS had a booth at Kalamazoo Pride. The Allegan County Health Department had their outreach services bus at Pride at the Park in Douglas. The Genesee Health System, a public mental health provider, was a sponsor of Flint Pride. The Marquette County Health Department had a booth at UP Rainbow Pride. Kent County Health had a booth at Grand Rapids Pride. All in all, there are more counties that have health departments participating in Pride events in Michigan than ones that have a communications director. So, by the John Gibbs definition of best practices, it is a better best practice for a county health department to offer services at a Pride event than it is to have a communications director. You voted for the latter, so you should be fine with the former. Even Chesterfield County, Virginia, that county held up by Mr. Gibbs as a beacon of best practices, is on board. Their health department was encouraged to, and I quote, have a presence at Pride events within their communities this summer. As far as grooming, I did see children at Pride festivals being groomed to be accepting, compassionate, open-minded, and kind. I practice that kind of grooming with my own kids, and they are now decent, loving, broad-minded adults who are able to function in a diverse and changing world. Some of you could have done with a little more of that kind of grooming yourselves, I think. One more point. The previous board's rules included a procedure to censure a commissioner. You took it out. You no longer have rules that allow censure. It's time to stop with the meaningless resolutions and the masturbatory, pre-written diatribes you deliver with them and just govern. There's a lot to do for the people of Ottawa County. So get started or get out.
My name is Cindy Spielmaker. I live in Grand Haven. I'm here to speak to you once again on the effect of your governance by fear. Mr. Gibbs acknowledged that doing his job is like drinking from a fire hose. I think you have it wrong, Mr. Gibbs. You're holding the fire hose, with Mr. Moss directing the aim. You use the full force and power of that hose not for assisting, but for destruction. You've aimed the power of that fire hose at the health department, community mental health, the Momentum Center, and now the Children's Advocacy Center. And why? Because they're providing needed education, support, and counseling to people you seem to view as less than? And now you're turning the fire hose on one of your own commissioners. Get ready, Mr. Bonema, you're about to get blasted. When you use your power in the way that you have, this creates fear in every county and court department. When will the force of that fire hose be pointed in their direction? Governing by fear is authoritarianism. Ottawa Impact has certainly demonstrated their willingness to quash dissent and target vulnerable communities. But here's my hope, and this is to the employees of the county and the court. Thank you for continuing to stay in this hostile environment and perform the excellent work that you do every day. Your willingness to continue as dedicated civil servants to provide services to all of the people of our county is appreciated beyond words. And know that there are many of us working to turn off that fire hose.
Thank you.
Number 4 is Christina Straight.
Good evening, I'm Christina Straight. Well, I was trying to figure out what I was going to write today, but I'm just going to share a personal story. About 25 years ago, I was a homeschool mom, a youth worker at a church, and I started feeling sick to my stomach on my birthday, which was a Sunday, and I couldn't shake it. Every Sunday I walked in, I felt sick to my stomach, and I was fine when I left the church. There was a lot of youth that we oversaw. The youth pastor preached purity nonstop. It was a constant message of his purity. He would constantly approach the females in our youth group if he felt that they were dressed inappropriately. Well, I found out why I felt sick to my stomach going in and out. He was grooming the girls and was having sex with them as soon as they turned 18 in the church. I can't talk anymore, so that's it.
Thank you.
Number 5 is Karen Opus, Spring Lake Village.
Good evening, Karen Opus, Spring Lake. The focus of the two resolutions on this meeting's agenda suggests to me once again that the Ottawa Impact leadership of this board is not interested in good faith governance. If only I could just dismiss the resolution to censure Commissioner Bonham as a mere gesture with minimal effect that smacks of petty vengeance and political infighting. But I judge it to be potentially injurious on several levels. First, to Commissioner Bonham, whose voice on his assigned committees would be silenced, and thus, by extension, injurious to his constituents. I also see potential harm to the ability of his assigned committees to function as intended, unless, of course, only the voice of a few select commissioners is deemed worthy to be heard. I also fear that the censure of Commissioner Bonham will have a chilling effect on the ability of county employees to report valid concerns to human resources. So I urge each commissioner who shares my concerns about these potentially injurious results to vote no. As for the resolution to protect the innocence of children, I suspect this is more likely rightly to be interpreted as a veiled threat against any county employee or department that engages in the execution of their duties in service to county residents in a setting or manner that the powers that be on this board judge to threaten the innocence of children. So with that in mind, I thought it would be good to review the meaning of a few of its terminology. One definition of the word innocence is the quality of having no experience or knowledge of the more complex or unpleasant aspects of life. It seems to me the best judge of whether a child would benefit from learning about a more complex aspect of life is the child's parents and not this board. Next, in an attempt to contextualize for myself what could be meant by sexualized behavior, I thought back to my youth and how we, as Christian high school and college students, were not allowed to dance to the rock music of my generation. Why? Because the patriarchs of the Christian denomination that operated those schools judged the dance styles we preferred to exhibit sexualized behavior. However, as is all too apparent to anyone like myself who grew up in or raised their own children in the church, these same patriarchs too often seemed insufficiently concerned about the domestic and sexual abuse suffered by too many of the wives and daughters in the homes of those churches. I believe the normalization of sexualized behaviors in American society and in the church is a result of generations of toxic patriarchy, and I fear its victims extend beyond women and girls to include the young boys who grow up under its influence and too often repeat the sins of their fathers. In my view, this resolution doesn't address the real problem, so I urge a no vote.
Thank you.
Number 6 is Kelly Ruging, Zealand.
Hi, I'm from Zealand, so Jacob Anima is my commissioner, and if you vote to censure him, you are silencing my community and me, and that is not okay.
So I'm going to read my email that I sent because I don't know if anyone even opened it or read it other than Doug, who responded. Please, for the love of God, stop silencing people. My commissioner should not be censured because he won't blindly vote the way you want him to, and he won't stay silent about why he voted the way he did. Silencing him silences an entire community of voters. How is that legal? Even if I had voted for an Ottawa Impact candidate, I would be worried about this action. This is not democratic. It's a slap in the face of the democracy you supposedly hold so dear. Do not censure him. Secondly, having public health services at Pride festivals does not support child grooming or whatever this mystery resolution is about. You all ran on the promise of transparency, but can't fully divulge that which agenda items and what they're about. Stop pushing your vengeful and personal agendas against the health department on everyone in Ottawa County. Public health is for all people, not just those you deem doing right in their life. And for the record, I went to the Holland Pride Festival and there was no grooming happening. My kids were not harassed. They were not assaulted. They were not asked if they liked sex or like specific genders. You are so out of left field when you imagine what these festivals are like because you refuse to leave the picketing line, to experience a perspective different than your own. And in doing so, that doesn't mean you choose that lifestyle or that you even want to embrace it, but it opens your heart and mind to lives lived differently than you. By law, this is protected and might remind you that they are part of your county and deserve by law to have their way of living protected and not shamed, shunned, or deprived of public services. To those who have voted against the OI majority at any point, I thank you. To those of you towing the party line, I urge you to find a spine, even if it costs you re-election. And speak against bullying and silencing commissioners. Inefficiency of Gibbs, needing an assistant because he doesn't know how to do his job or doesn't want to do his job. Lawsuits due to harassing employees who are simply doing their jobs, and slowing grants or derailing minority programs. For the love of all that is holy, stop the insanity, fix the mess you've created. This is a literal shit show, destroying the efficiency that is in place in Ottawa County. Obviously, there's always room for improvement, but you are not that, and you are not doing that, and you need to do better.
Number 7 is Joe Spalding, Holland Township.
I learned really early in my career as a strategist to never interrupt an opponent when they're making mistakes, so instead I get to read to everybody today. When Mr. Wormwood arrived back from the garage that evening, his face was as dark as a thundercloud, and somebody was clearly for the high jump pretty soon. His wife recognized the signs immediately and made herself scarce. Then he strode into the living room. Matilda happened to be curled up in an armchair in the corner, totally absorbed in a book. Mr. Wormwood switched on the television. The screen lit up. The program blared. Mr. Wormwood glared at Matilda. She hadn't moved. She had somehow trained herself by now to block her ears to the ghastly sound of the dreaded box. She kept right on reading, and for some reason this infuriated the father. Perhaps his anger was intensified because he saw her getting pleasure from something that was beyond his reach. "Don't you ever stop reading?" he snapped at her. "Oh, hello, Daddy," she said. "Did you have a good day?" "What is this trash?" he said, snatching the book from her hands. "It isn't trash, Daddy. It's lovely. It's called The Red Pony. It's by John Steinbeck, an American writer. Why don't you try it? You'll love it." "Filth!" Mr. Wormwood said. "If it's by an American author, it's certain to be filth. That's all they write about." "No, Daddy, it's beautiful. Honestly, it's about—" "I don't want to know what it's about," Mr. Wormwood barked. "I'm fed up with your reading anyway. Go and find yourself something useful to do." With frightening suddenness, he now began ripping the pages out of the book in handfuls and throwing them in the wastepaper basket. Matilda froze in horror. The father kept going. There seemed little doubt that the man felt some kind of jealousy. How dare she, he seemed to be saying with each rip of a page. How dare she enjoy reading when he couldn't? How dare she? "That's a library book," Matilda cried. "It doesn't belong to me. I have to return it to Mrs. Phelps." "Then you'll just have to buy another one, won't you?" the father said, still tearing out pages. "You'll have to save your pocket money until there's enough in the kitty to buy a new one for your precious Mrs. Phelps, won't you?" With that, he dropped the now empty covers of the book into the basket and marched out of the room, leaving the telly blaring. Most children in Matilda's place would have burst into floods of tears. She didn't do this. She sat there very thoughtfully and still, and seemed to know that neither crying nor sulking ever got anyone anywhere. The only sensible thing to do when you are attacked, as Napoleon once said, is to counterattack. You know, Matilda didn't even cry in that situation, so it's kind of hard to believe that some people saw some photos on a website and started bawling, Roger.
Bravo, Mr. Joe.
Number 8 is Jackie Laughlin, Grand Haven Township.
Hello, I'm Jackie Laughlin from Grand Haven Township. First, I'd like to note that Mr. Belkamp, my commissioner, has still not answered any of my questions that I have emailed him regarding this board's decision. The lack of communication and transparency from Mr. Belkamp is concerning as a District 9 constituent, but unfortunately not unexpected. I have 2 concerns to bring to the board tonight. The first is your resolution to protect childhood innocence. Why is protecting childhood innocence the responsibility of a county board of commissioners? You have no authority for this type of resolution. Are you attempting to protect childhood innocence or childhood ignorance? I thought Ottawa Impact Commissioners were all about parental rights, so leave the protection of children to their parents. It is the parents' right and responsibility as they see fit, not necessarily the way this board might see fit. While I see guns in homes with children as an assault on childhood innocence, you may not. This resolution is intended to limit our well-trained, experienced public health department from offering all necessary services to all Ottawa County residents, not just a select few. It also violates parental rights. Secondly, I believe you intend to punish Commissioner Anima for censuring him for exercising his right to free speech. He is doing his duty as a county commissioner by addressing concerns regarding the conduct of a county employee. Where is the transparency there? Is this board and all that it does dictated by Mr. Moss and Ms. Rhodey, who are attempting to stifle all commissioners who disagree with them? Evidently, where freedom rings does not apply to the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Number 9 is Adria Hill, Holland Township.
Adria Hill, Holland Township. I am one of the 27,000 residents represented by Commissioner Anima. Your vote tonight could silence my voice along with the other residents in his district. Anima has represented us by bringing the questions we ask of him into the discussions. He also spearheaded getting the foam fire trailers approved. If the District 4 residents felt strongly that he was abusing his power, we could try to recall him or vote him out of office during the next election cycle. As you consider whether or not you should censure my commissioner, I hope that you also consider if your district citizens will be the next ones to lose representation when you do something that crosses Commissioner Moss or Administrator Gibbs. But what I really want you to consider is the message that you will be sending to county employees. That if they file a complaint without conclusive evidence of a violation, that they will be punished. A while back, I worked with one of the well-known employers in the area. A coworker of mine was slapped by someone in the office. When my coworker brought a complaint, she was told the other person was untouchable. After that, there was a shift in attitude. More people feared the untouchable individual, and I was uncomfortable coming forward with my experiences with that individual. Silencing people makes them powerless and keeps them in their place. It does not promote collaboration and positive results. In the book Whistleblowers, Broken Lives and Organizational Power, published by Cornell University Press in 2001, author C. Fred Alford provides evidence that organizations respond to whistleblowers with hostility. He determines that the whistleblower acts on the basis of values within an organization where values have no role. Instead, the main rule is to do what the boss wants. The sacrifice of the whistleblower serves to redirect what is perceived as destructive individual morality that could break down the organizational control and hierarchy. Recently, Alford has also been attributed with the following quote: "The whistleblower is not just tortured, but exposed and sacrificed so that others might see what it costs to be an individual in this benighted world." By punishing Anima for filing a complaint, you are sending a clear message to employees that if someone mistreats them, they must be silent or else. By voting yes to the resolution, you are telling District 4 residents that their voices do not matter. By voting yes to censure Commissioner Anima, you are voting to circumvent the representative democracy that our founding fathers established and that allowed you to be elected as a commissioner.
Number 10 is Tom Parker, City of Zeeland.
Good evening. Tom Parker, City of Zeeland, District 4. What does the number 28,224 mean to you? To me, it means the number of individuals that reside in District 4 and who are asking if the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners are trying to unjustly eliminate our representation on 4 committees by approving the censure resolution of Mr. Anima. I, along with the residents of our district, are wondering if we will continue to have a voice, a choice, and a seat at the table. Those residents include moms, dads, retirees, children, blue-collar, white-collar, and T-shirt wearing workers. It includes church-going people and people who sleep in on Sunday morning. It includes people all across the political spectrum, the same as in your district. Just like you, I do not agree with everything that Mr. Anima has said or done, but ultimately, I question if this censure resolution is a punitive matter, or is it really a way to show other commissioners what can happen if they don't stay in lockstep with you, Mr. Moss? Maybe a censure serves both purposes. Lack of respect for freedom of speech in the press continues to be problematic for you. This is the 4th time I've addressed your disregard of our Constitution at this podium. In the past month, I witnessed 2 more occasions of disrespect for freedom of speech. One, a silencing of a commissioner as that person was asking a question of another commissioner, and second, a redirection of a conversation so a question could not be answered. And now, a censure which takes away freedom of speech for not only a commissioner, but also his 28,224 constituents. Contrary to the new county motto, freedom does not ring here. Why? It stems from previous rules put in place to squelch the freedom of speech in this room, to ban asking questions of fellow commissioners, administrators, and employees, to squash the expression of the free flow of ideas in public, to crush any dissent that Ottawa Impact members do not like. The 28,224 residents in the 4th District await your verdict. If you approve this censure resolution, you will be met with condemnation for taking away our voice, our choice, and our seat at the table. Thank you.
Number 11 is Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township.
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township, Chairman and members of the room. To approve a resolution expressing support for protecting childhood innocence. By what lens? By what paradigm? Will support for parental rights be steadfastly defended for those that choose to raise children with a secular influence? What about parental rights that teach children the doctrine of white supremacy? What about the parental rights that treat daughters as a dowry item to be traded? This board beats the drum of parental rights. However, do you defend the full range on the thought-belief continuum? Will the Bible be removed due to its instances of violent content, such as genocide of Joshua Joshua 1 through 12. Dismembered concubine, Judges 19. The parable of the unfaithful slave, Luke 12. Cain kills Abel, Genesis 4. Jesus crucified. All the above could be traumatic to a young mind. I remember at 5.5 years old watching Martin Luther King, August 1963, I Have a Dream speech, and asking my mother why blacks were treated unfairly. My mom, born in 1913, was Dutch, and she told me it was a curse. I am sure this was passed down to her from her parents. Any Christian can go to the Bible, Genesis 9, verses 18 through 27, which argues that the descendants of Ham are cursed into slavery. Ham's descendants are believed to have inhabited Africa. Wow. And the Bible tells us so. Wow. The backstory is Noah drank wine from his vineyard, became drunk, and was laying naked in his tent. Ham, Noah's son, didn't handle the situation to Noah's satisfaction, and Noah cursed Canaan, the son of Ham, into slavery. I would expect this type of diatribe during a skit on Saturday Night Live. Some worry about children being indoctrinated in school. I worry more about the dangers of religion. Faith-based fanatics can do great harm to minds and humankind. This board continues to think that they were elected to be social engineers that are self-ordained to regulate, legislate social norms, and eradicate anything that does not align with your dogmatic thinking.
Thank you.
Number 12 is Elizabeth Brubaker, Holland Township.
My name's Elizabeth Brubaker. I live in Holland Township. I'm here this evening to address the resolution to protect childhood innocence that appears on the agenda for this evening. I have 4 children. Most of them are young adults at this point. When I saw this agenda item last week, I thought about things that I believe took away some of my children's childhood innocence, and I thought I'd share them with you so that perhaps you can take them into account. When each of my children were in middle school, they became aware that some of their classmates regularly did not have enough to eat at lunch. This was quite a shock. How is it possible that in Ottawa County there are children who are going hungry? Through the years, each of my children would add some granola bars or fruit to their lunches or their backpacks to share with these friends. So they recognized the problem wasn't going away. My children grew up with a young family member that struggled mightily with severe mental illness. Watching their family member struggle to find adequate and appropriate help and discovering that crises were often handled through the police department instead of a mental health service-based organization was a huge blow to their childhood innocence. It's important to me to say that while I think that systemic changes are dearly needed, my observation is that the Ottawa County Sheriff's Department responded appropriately and treated our family member with dignity any time that they were called, and I'm grateful for that. The other significant thing that took away some of my children's childhood innocence was when a student was found to have a gun in his possession at the West Ottawa High School in 2018. At that time, I had a student in high school and another in the middle school, and they had seen and heard stories of mass shootings in other schools, and they'd been through the anything but innocence-preserving trauma of active shooting drills, so they knew the potential outcome of a gun at school, and that event opened up the possibility of that potential at their school, which continued through lockdowns in the following years for widespread social media gun threats. As I began writing my thoughts about this resolution, I started forming some questions. For example, I'm quite confused about how so many commissioners here have adopted the mantra of protect our kids, while at the same time denying formally approved grant monies to organizations that specifically work to ease the burden of mental health challenges in the community. What kind of protection is that for anyone in Ottawa County? And how is this resolution that claims to want to protect childhood innocence on the agenda just weeks after a majority of you voted to pass a resolution that supported the idea that the Second Amendment is absolute? Gun violence and suicide by bullet are the opposite of protecting childhood innocence. So I have to ask, are you truly not aware of the issues that are harming our children? Or are you purposefully using our children as pawns for your political endgame? And by ignoring the things that really are issues, how much harm are you doing?
Number 13 is Kristen Megan Kelly, Pleasantville City.
Good evening. I am Kristen Megan Kelly from Hudsonville, and I wanted to come here tonight kind of on both sides of the coin. First, Mr. Moss, I want to thank you as my commissioner and the leader of this group because I've seen you be constantly attacked by people in the community and the media. As a veteran who's taken an oath 3 times, I really cannot understand why freedom is so offensive, and that's for everybody. That's even people we disagree with, and I think a lot of people victimize themselves and then create a divide in this county. One thing I really support is that you all voted to make this a constitutional county. Again, as a veteran, I align with that. And also, I fully support you trying to protect the children. I think the problem is anyone who calls out the whole Pride Month grooming children, we're bigots. I'm not a bigot. I have gay family members. Actually, my husband and I were married by a lesbian. So I have a lot of gay friends. I have trans friends, actually. That's probably shocking to some people. The problem is, this has been hijacked to groom kids, and it doesn't take much to go on social media and see people marching in bare-reared chaps and stating they're after our children. And I understand that's a small group, but that is a brush fire that is hijacking the whole movement, just like BLM, because I'm someone who has stood up for minority rights for a long time. But also I come here to really shed light on our health department. I have not seen in the past 24 hours a single social media post informing the community of the hazards from the wildfire in Canada. What I have seen is the media once again push the false narrative to wear a mask with a less than 1% risk reduction rate for these small particulates. Wildfires are not just particulates. They are gases, vapors. People are familiar with PFAS in water. We have PAH, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, benzenes, carcinogens. I've just been doing this for 21 years. So why did the health department not reach out to somebody or go on the internet and look at what you do? For everyone watching right now on the live stream, if you are very vulnerable, you shelter in place, which is shutting off your mechanical HVAC system and watching out for the heat stress from doing that. And you get a box fan or a fan and you take your home HVAC filter and you attach it to the back side of the fan. If you go on any emergency management website, it's there. So I have a huge problem with the gap that I'm seeing with this health department that is too focused on divisive issues and headline issues than things that are really designed to help people. I also want to come here to say I know there's a vote about censuring Commissioner Bonema, and I'm torn on this issue because I'm very pro-free speech, but I also am not a member of a party. And if someone runs on a party platform making promises and then abandons those promises, that's on that person. But the one thing I want to defend Mr. Bonema on is his stance on the county commissioner panel. It was to be a multidisciplinary approach. Thank you.
Number 14 is Dave Dennison, Holland Township.
Hi, I'm Dave Denison, Robinson Township. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your actions on the past resolutions, especially for the Constitution, the Second Amendment, and our heroes. I would like to thank you for all the time and effort you have put into each one of these important issues. I am impressed with the thoughtful analysis and conclusions I have heard during the meetings. Most importantly, when it comes to our children, I support the resolution to protect our children. You have all my support and my prayers in continuing to keep Ottawa free and our children safe and innocent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 15 is Donna Mooney, Georgetown Township.
Good evening, Commissioners. Donna Mooney, Georgetown Township. I'd like to thank the new board, Mr. Gibbs and Jack Jordan and the Common Legal Group for your due diligence, your strength, and your courage to stand up for everyone in this county, whether they realize you stand up for them or not. I support your recent and proposed resolutions that are designed to support truth, accountability, and individual freedom. I'm thankful for the freedom to speak before you today. The First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution reads, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. I find it really rich that a lot of people want to come in here and preach about free speech and silencing of speech, when on June 20th, 2023, the Democrat majority state legislature and some spineless Republicans passed House Bill 4474 designating certain conduct and speech a hate crime. Hate crime is a subjective term, and this bill aims to punish Americans for their speech if the intended target of that speech feels intimidated. This will no doubt be challenged all the way to the Supreme Court if needed, where it will be struck down as unconstitutional. In the meantime, the unintended or intended consequences of this so-called law, depending on how you view it, will have serious life-changing ramifications for otherwise law-abiding ensnared in this vicious act of control. On February 14, 2023, New York's hateful conduct law was struck down as unconstitutional by a federal judge in the case of Volokh versus James. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm an American citizen. I may not agree with what you say, but I'll defend your right to say it. The supporters of this bill need to realize that today it's someone else's speech restricted, tomorrow it's yours. While some people, including some in the media, have labeled this new board and their supporters as fascists, bigots, and far right for the stance they've taken against big government and other issues, it is not a conservative majority in the legislature writing bills at breakneck speed to limit our constitutional freedoms. On an unrelated topic, in January of 2022, a Rasmussen Report survey found that nearly 60% of Democrats surveyed believed the unvaccinated should be locked in their homes, along with large percentages of Democrats who felt that even bigger restrictions on freedom, like imprisonment, were acceptable. These bills and surveys illustrate a disturbing breakdown between civility and the rule of law when people think it's okay to punish our fellow Americans out of fear or any arbitrary factor. To the Sheriff's Department, Prosecutor's Office, and judges, unless you want to be the arbiters of what is considered hateful, I respectfully ask you to be arbiters of what's constitutional. Thank you for protecting our freedom. God bless America.
Thank you. Darlene Dykstra, Georgetown Township, Denison. Mr. Moss, I would like to present to the Board of Commissioners a response I recently received from one of your commissioners with whom I've had previous email dialogue about other matters. On June 8, I emailed Mr. Bondema addressing my dissatisfaction with him about a number of things I felt were inappropriate. How quickly he runs to the liberal press to express his disdain for decisions made by the BOC that run counter to his voice. Liberal media, among which is the Holland Sentinel, is included, consistently twists the narratives of any conservatives. I specifically called him out on not being willing to run all communications through the administrator's oversight. He has a very apparent dislike of the current administrator, Mr. Gibbs, and seems to fight and bully him at every turn. He also claims that he is a conservative and even ran on that premise with Ottawa Impact by taking an oath to support conservative and moral values, an oath he has now broken by disassociating himself from them. By the way, his actions and comments to the media and outside of this venue belie his claim of conservatism. His response to me was, and this is verbatim, Mrs. Dykstra, the email was sent from myself, my husband. Facts. I have never run to the Holland Sentinel. 2, I have never given an interview to the Sentinel. 3, Wood TV 8 is who I gave a quote to after John Gibbs did. Little dig there. I posted the Wood TV article on my Facebook, not on the Sentinel, in the Sentinel. Take a breath and calm down before you write emails. I voted like I did because I'm against county government, making county government bigger. I'm against spending unnecessary money. I'm against giving more power to the administrator to censure voices. Talk about censure. Please stop making up ridiculous claims about me. I am a common sense conservative voice on the board. Please consider taking a break from politics. It's not healthy for you. Don't live angry. It's not worth it. Whenever I see you in the audience, you are scowling. I'd much rather see you with much more joy in your life. Take care, Jacob. My response to him was curt and to the point, and I will be happy to send you a copy of all email correspondence between he and I, should you need it for the record. Mr. Bonhama's unstatesmanlike response to me, as well as his outspoken disdain for fellow board members, including Mr. Gibbs, and Ottawa Impact, belies his claim as one who represents the values of his constituent and many others. For the record, I'm not living angry, as is presumed by Mr. Bonhama. I would suggest that he and his liberal friends, as is evidenced by a comment on a liberal chat channel who encouraged others to show him some positivity, are truly the ones living angry. Finally, a quote I came upon recently said, "Trust is earned, respect is given, and loyalty is demonstrated. The betrayal of any one of those is to lose all three. He has shown his true character." Thank you.
Number 17 is Chet Say from Spielman.
Good evening. First time ever doing this, so here we go. As a Zeeland resident, I know firsthand the importance of having a representative who will stand up for their community and will hold the people in power accountable. I've found Commissioner Bonhama has consistently shown his commitment to his constituents, of whom I am one, and voted for him. And he has worked tirelessly to ensure that their voices are heard. The decision by Chairman Joe Moss and the Ottawa Impact Board to remove him from all standing committees is an insult to the people like me. The people of Zeeland, and it's a dangerous precedent for our democracy, even a small one in Ottawa County, Michigan. This move appears to be an attempt to silence an elected leader that represents me, who is willing to ask tough questions and defend county employees who may not have a strong voice. As a concerned citizen, and I'm one of those rare people who actually votes every election, whether it be in August, November, or in May, and I've done so for the last 43 years. I implore Chairman Moss and the Ottawa Impact Board to reconsider their decision and to reinstate Commissioner Bonhama to his committees. It's time to put the interests of the people, like me, and I can only speak for me, first, and let our elected representatives do their job of serving their constituents, which in turn includes me. Before I voted for Commissioner Bonhama, I was able to sit down with him and find out what he stands for. What does he believe? Obviously, I appreciated that and liked that because I decided to vote for him. I also find that I really don't care whether there's an R or a D by your name. I personally appreciate the fact that he and Mr. Zylstra, who I don't even know, but I understand it's his birthday, so happy birthday again, can work together, even though they come from different sides of the aisle. Personally, I'd like to see that more in Lansing, and a whole lot more in Washington. And it can start right here, because I'm sure there's some husbands and wives that don't agree on everything. And I don't expect Mr. Bonhama and Mr. Zylstra to agree on everything. But I love the fact that this man is willing to reach to this man and say, we can do something together, let's find some common ground, and he shouldn't be held in contempt for that. I would ask you when you vote tonight to please, as one citizen here in Zeeland, Michigan, do not take away Mr. Bonhama's right to represent me. Do not, please vote to censure him, and please allow him to have his committees and his voting rights as they are. Thank you so much.
Number 18 is Harvey Nickel, Georgetown Township.
Thank you. I'm Harvey Nickel from Dennison. Thank you for standing up for our constitutional freedoms Thank you for your support of parental rights and I strongly support the resolution to protect childhood innocence. Children are our greatest treasure. The future of humanity depends on physically, mentally, and spiritually healthy children. Parents would neither give their child a glass of whiskey or allow them to watch X-rated movies, so thank you for protecting them from observing over-sexualized behaviors. We live in crazy times where actions of the federal and state governments make no sense. When things don't make sense, I believe that there are nefarious agendas driving those craziness. The climate change fear is an example. I remember hearing in the 1950s how global warming would melt a polar ice cap. Then in the 1970s that we were headed for another ice age. In 2009, Al Gore said that the polar ice cap would melt away by 2014. In June of 2018, Greta Thunberg posted on Twitter that climate change would wipe out all of humanity within the next 5 years. Well, this is 5 years later, and that prediction was also not correct. Now they're trying to eliminate gas furnaces and stoves, even though the natural gas is the cleanest of all fuels. They want to eliminate all internal combustion engines that require everyone to use electric vehicles in order to achieve a zero carbon footprint. John Kerry has even said that farmers should grow fewer crops in order to decrease the carbon footprint. That's ridiculous. God created an amazing carbon cycle that sustains life on this planet. Plants use the energy of the sun to convert carbon dioxide and water into oxygen and carbohydrates and sugar. Animals then consume the carbs and sugars and produce energy by burning them with oxygen, producing carbon dioxide and water. So the way to decrease carbon dioxide is to grow more plants. Do you know how much carbon dioxide there is in the air? It's 0.04%. Humans are responsible for about 3% of that value. That means that the globalists are destroying the world's economy and the middle class in order to decrease a gas that has essentially no effect on climate change. Also, the electricity required to charge the batteries of electric cars is generated by fossil fuels. Farmers cannot use electric tractors to grow crops. Electric trucks cannot transport the tons of commodities necessary to keep our supply chain functional. The climate change narrative is not about climate. It's about full control and does not benefit we the people. Commissioners, I ask that you continue to do your research and hold any agency, department, or program accountable if they are following the ESG or the World Economic Forum climate change narratives. Just follow the money. Keep in mind that Al Gore has made over $330 million by promoting climate alarmism.
Hello, my name is Ellis Kelly. People call me Moo. I am here to thank Mr. Moss. He has protected our county, and he has taken care of our county. He will always and still has protected our county. He is our county commissioner, and groomers. Kids probably feel uncomfortable being groomed. And I don't understand why they're doing that. If we pray and pray and pray over again, we will get what we want. And we shall always pray to the Lord. He is our one true Lord. Other people believe in other lords. Other people have their own rights. We all know that Jesus is the best. He died on the cross for us. Thank you, Mr. Moss, for letting me come up here. Thank you for all of your assistance and help. We all have done the greatest job we all can, and we're always going to do that. Mr. Moss, for letting me come up here. Thank you for all of your assistance and help. We all have done the greatest job we all can, and we're always gonna do that. And I never want that to change. Thank you, Mr. Moss. We all know you're a shepherd and we're the sheep.
Thank you.
Number 20 is Michael Kuras, Spring Lake Township.
How do I follow that? I am Michael Curris. I reside in Spring Lake Township. My subject is the pending motion for censure of Commissioner Bonema. I would urge you to pay strict attention to the rules of due process in this matter. A fundamental element of due process is the need to offer Commissioner Bonema the opportunity to address the accusation contained in your resolution. It is seldom the case that an indictment tells the whole story. There may well be other facts or considerations or even perspectives that paint a more complete picture and that get us closer to the whole truth, or maybe not. But Commissioner Bonema must be accorded an opportunity to paint the picture more fully and to challenge the assertions in your resolution. Always keep in mind that half-truths are whole lies. You should always want to get to the whole truth and to base your judgment version of the notion of equity. Today, I want to alert you to another perversion of a basic element of our culture, and that is their introduction of the notion of substantive due process. Our opponents would like to have us believe that this novelty actually exists, that due process is more than just process or procedure. It is not. The term substantive due process is an oxymoron, a term that contradicts itself but may still be somehow true. Examples of oxymorons are replete. For example, virtual reality, a new tradition, random order, or current history. Perhaps on occasion, our language does need extension to capture a new or nuanced situation. In such a case, an oxymoron can be a temporary placeholder, but more often oxymorons are just the telltales of lazy thinking or even deliberate fraud. And that is the case with the term substantive due process. There are no additional rights or privileges or immunities or protections hidden in due process other than the need to adhere to certain procedures when a community judges any of its members. Substantive due process is nothing more than a new camouflage for the attempted usurpation of the rights of the majority by an elitist minority. Thank you, and let freedom ring for all.
Thank you. Number 21 is Rebecca Patrick, Holland Township.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Rebecca Patrick from Allendale Township. I'm here to speak about the resolution in which board leadership proposes to use the guise of board discipline in order to pursue a personal vendetta against Commissioner Bonema. Your leadership wants to drag the Board of Commissioners into the dysfunction of the Republican Party, punish and silence a political opponent, silence any county employee who dares to report wrongdoing, and worst of all, disenfranchise the residents of District 4. Commissioners, you have no authority to take this action. That is likely why this proposed resolution cites no authority. My guess is that your leaders will attempt to slide this information in verbally, on the fly, during the presentation of this resolution. This is deliberate in order to prevent you from thoughtfully and carefully assessing whether or not this so-called authority is valid, properly applied, and the proposed action is correct. Don't let them get away with that on such an important matter. At a minimum, this resolution needs to be defeated because you do not have the basic information necessary to carefully and thoughtfully evaluate it ahead of time. So what rules or procedures are your leaders likely to cite verbally, on the fly, without giving you time to review them, that they think authorizes them to disenfranchise the voters of District 4? I'm guessing it might be Robert's Rules, Section 61 through 63. Commissioners, have you read and really thought about these sections? Are they applicable to this situation? How do you know? Have you had the time to even consult anyone? More importantly, has Commissioner Bonema? That's almost a joke, since the packet was only released late Friday evening. I hope you can see two things as a result of my comments. Number one, this resolution and the proceedings that arise from it are a due process disaster. And number two, there's a theme here that I've used in my previous comments to you. You can't trust your leaders. And you should not trust them now. At a minimum, tell them the resolution fails because of the lack of written authority for you to review ahead of time and lack of due process afforded to Mr. Bonema. Please do not disenfranchise the voters of District 4 by the means of this badly prepared document, especially as we enter this important budget development season. Thank you for your time.
Number 22 is Lori Grassman, Robinson Township.
Lori Grassman, Robinson Township. Adeline Hamley said they go to pride parades to bring vaccines, STD testing, and sexual education to that population because they, the LGBTQ, don't want the stigma of coming to the mysterious brown building on James Street in Holland. I would argue stigma probably isn't a concern since this population of people feels comfortable parading their sexuality in the streets. I would further argue that since they don't set up tables inside strip clubs, it's not about meeting people where they are. Their participation at the Pride Festival signals an endorsement of sexually confused men flamboyantly dressed up as women for sexually stimulating reasons in a public space where children are watching and encouraged to participate. These precious children are trying to grasp the progressively upside-down world they now live in. This is grooming. Unfortunately, parents are free to drag their kids to such events, and townships are free to host such events. The Board of Commissioners isn't taking away those rights. That's not in their purview. What is in their purview is the health department. And I am thankful for the 6 Board of Commissioners, the adults in the room, who have the wisdom and the discernment to ask hard questions and take the onslaught of criticism from people within a distorted worldview that sees no problem with any of this. Lest anyone slant this position as discrimination of a group of people, it's not. The health department's doors and services are still open to all. All are free to walk in through the doors of the mysterious brown building on James Street in Holland. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight my comment is to express my support for the resolutions to protect childhood innocence and censor Jacob Anima. Frankly, the first resolution should not be controversial, but instead, and you already have been, the targets of the 2-minute hates. Life has become like Romans 1. Exchanging truth for a lie, God has given the foolish up to their dishonorable passions. At the Grand Haven Pride Festival, children gave dollar bills to drag queens. Adults looked on and smiled. A local church rector blessed the drag queens. At schools and the media, children are led astray to question their gender. Emotional blackmail is used to normalize body mutilation, and children's books filled with stories and graphics about sex between boys and sex between girls. The emotional blackmailers claim that sexualizing children will make them feel seen, loved, and safe. That the first and greatest commandment is, love is love. These are the words of confused people. So the next time the left tells you the LGBTQ activists want nothing to do with your children, they mock you. As drag queens and trans activists march in the streets chanting, "We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children." Stealthily, the Midwest and Plans Equity Assistance Center is working to help transition children to school and keep it from their parents. Turning into Jacob Anima. The Ottawa County Republican Party recently censured him. He betrayed his voters. He campaigned to protect individual freedoms and parental rights, but advocated for a bureaucratic pandemic panel. He operates like a racketeer. He used Ottawa Impact to get elected, turned on them once he got on the board, became divisive at board meetings, broke his contract, and bashed his running mates in the progressive media. He accused John Gibbs of harassment while mugging for the media. The Human Resources Director concluded that his claim was unfounded. It's as if he's been running a scheme of self-promotion. We have become 1984. In a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Maybe at the end of the 2-minute hate, the crowd will rhythmically start chanting like in Orwell's 1984, JB, 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 over and over again, very slowly, with long pause between J and B. Again, thank you for making an important stand. As society, we have defined deviancy down, progressively lowering our standards of what is acceptable behavior to the point of insanity. It is if the Overton window has been shifted to Sodom and Gomorrah. God bless you and a good evening, and I have pictures that I would like to share with you. Thank you.
Number 24 is Derek Muhlenberg, Holland Township.
Good evening. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, nearly 4 months ago, Derek Muhlenberg, Holland Township, 131 days to be exact, you as a board instructed corporate counsel and the administrator to draft a policy regarding online public comments. The voices of everyone's public online comments have been unavailable for 4 months without a FOIA. At this point in time, I think it's reasonable to call a spade a spade. This board, namely Chairman Moss, is actively preventing public comments from being freely released. This results in increased costs to the county in the form of frivolous FOIA requests, wasted time, reduced efficiency of the county government. Continuing to spend county money in a vain attempt to suppress the voices of your constituents, in my opinion, is not sound governance. This evening's agenda contains a resolution to censure my District 4 Commissioner, Jacob Anima. Mr. Anima represents over 27,000 people who will have no voice in subcommittees if this resolution passes. 27,000 people of a diverse background who cannot be classified into buckets of for or against. 27,000 people who depend on their commissioner to help address real issues like affordable housing, food security, public transportation, ensuring that the aquifer we depend on for agriculture will be around for future generations. Securing grant money for our county should be top of mind as we approach budget season. Instead, we see commissioners turning away money that could bring real change to those in need because a website contains the words diversity or equity. Mr. Anima made a good faith complaint to HR regarding an interaction with the county administrator. In most organizations, participating in a complaint process is a protected activity. The EEOC, or Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, states that the EEO laws prohibit punishing job applicants or employees for asserting their rights to be free from employment discrimination, including harassment. Furthermore, participating in a complaint process is protected from retaliation under all circumstances. One example of retaliation is reprimanding the employee, another is making the individual's work more difficult. The proposed censure is clear by the books: retaliation. The end result of this censure will undoubtedly be a chilling effect where all county employees will now fear retaliation for engaging in lawful and valid interactions with HR. This creates the perfect environment for a hostile workplace interactions and lower employee morale. This is HR 101. The fact that our elected officials feel this is a reasonable path forward suggests a large knowledge gap or malicious intent. Neither are likely to result in a net benefit for the citizens of Ottawa County. Punishing Mr. Anima for parting ways with Ottawa Impact was already accomplished by the Ottawa GOP. It's clear to me personally that Chairman Moss demands nothing less than kissing the ring. Any independent thought will be punished, and all contrary opinions cast aside. I leave you with two parting thoughts. One from great historical leader General George Patton, which says, if everybody's thinking alike, then somebody isn't thinking.
Number 25 is Christina Straight.
Hello. I've been observing how much the health department resents questions, critique, and oversight. The same health department, AKA unelected bureaucrats, who disregarded the U.S. Constitution during COVID, who weaponized their power against Ottawa County citizens, who shut down thriving businesses and locked healthy people in their homes with no data to back up or prove their tyrannical methods, who pushed the mask propaganda on school children for 2 years, who pushed and continues to push a vaccine that's not safe nor effective, who usurped citizens' rights and parents' rights for 2 years with no regret or apology, now doesn't like to be governed by the governing entity over them. They want full autonomy. They want to decide where they go, what they do, who they sponsor, and how they spend taxpayer bills or taxpayer dollars. They seem to want to live like, oh, I don't know, free American citizens. I hope they're learning that it's the government that's meant to be limited, and it's the citizens that are meant to be free. It's profound, really. One of the many reasons America is the greatest county in the world. Thank you to the majority of commissioners who are doing their job, asking important questions, and making decisions that are unpopular, like responsible parents. Your wisdom, discretion, and courage is needed and appreciated. Ooh. On a different note, I'm also here in support of the resolution for the protection of childhood innocence. We need to do all we can to protect the hearts, minds, and physical safety of children. We do not need to invite activities and programs into our county that put children at risk. Childhood used to be a time of innocence, but that has changed. In culture, education, and healthcare, children are increasingly being targeted for sexual messages, images, and themes at young ages. Sometimes this is even supported by taxpayer funds through government-led initiatives. These are God's children, and we're called to protect them. Commissioners, to the extent that you can, please keep taking action against situations and programs that are stealing the innocence of children, and do all that you can to protect the children in our county. And for those that didn't get the pleasure of seeing the pictures, I hope you can see them. This is from the drag event. It's children giving dollars to drag queens. Thank you for your time.
Number 26 is J. Rynell McCarter, Georgetown Township.
The state of Michigan is on track with Bill 4474 to criminalize biblical Christian speech and make criminal justice capricious by basing it on subjective response to speech. This follows the 2020 federal Supreme Court decision mandating speech in the workplace consistent with the LGBTQ and DEI ideology. This is tyrannical and wicked. In order to address this challenge and others like it, it is important that the county decide what each individual must also decide. Will we follow Jesus Christ and his biblical word or not? I would ask this board to let the voting citizens of the county decide in a referendum done by the traditional open ballot system whether we as a county will follow the path of federalist secular humanism or anti-federalist biblical Christianity. Federalist secular humanism means the high-level elites in Washington and Lansing have decided Ottawa County will follow the path of secular humanism, so like serfs, we follow the path of secular humanism. It is top-down governance. In contrast, anti-federalist biblical Christianity means we at this lower governing county level choose to follow the path of biblical Christianity, and so as a county we seek to follow Christ and his word, even if Washington and Lansing dictate otherwise. It is bottom-up governance. Let's be clear. The original national constitution of the USA, the Articles of Confederation, is an explicitly Christian covenant calling us to follow Jesus Christ as Lord. And it organizes the nation according to anti-federalist principles. It was illegally and fraudulently replaced by the federal Constitution. Furthermore, the Northwest Ordinance, upon which the state was founded, stipulates the state is to follow the Articles of Confederation. It is those on the side of federalist secular humanism who have employed illegality over the years to trample Christian liberty. There is thus both a strong legal and moral basis to recognize the Articles as the rightful national constitution, and this issue should be part of the referendum. We should encourage other Michigan constitutional counties to hold the referendum too, laying the seeds for a biblically reformed state of Michigan. If the county decides for anti-federalist biblical Christianity, then one consequence would be that biblical Christian speech will remain legal in the county, even if elites in Washington and Lansing say otherwise. Either way, I have decided and pray that God would give me, as an individual, courage to speak biblical truth in contrast to DEI ideology, even if it should mean imprisonment, because we ought to obey God rather than men. Leading up to the county referendum, there would need to be public debate so citizens are informed on the issues. I have invited a number of the local leaders supportive of Federalist secular humanism to a public debate with me on the topic. I've written a book, Return to the Articles of Confederation, on it. God calls us publicly, like he did, to choose you this day whom you will serve.
Number 27 is Catherine Ristola Bass, Holland City.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Ristola Bass. What I desire to see in our elected officials is transparency, integrity, openness, servant leaders who get out of the way of the public servants, the professionals, the civil servants, allow them to do their work. It is those people who serve the county the most and keep things going in any body, not just the county. I want these competent professionals with experience in their jobs, prior experience, to be able to do their work. I would desire you all to hold your power loosely and to govern justly instead of holding it tightly and trying to control everything around you. What I observe instead is micromanaging, opacity, an embracing of authoritarianism, collusion to subvert the Open Meetings Act, and all kinds of things that I don't want to see in this previously great place to live. I don't want you to try and force all people in our community to fall in line with your own political and religious biases. Not all countries have had civil rights acts. I've been to some of those countries. I don't want us to be like that. I want us to have all the ability to have the freedom of speech that you purport to embrace. So in that case, I would ask that Administrator Gribbs release the county health department from his requirement that all media interviews, website updates, social posts, press releases, and newsletters be subject to his administrative review. This is not in line with the things that you, the Ottawa Impact members, ran on. You are running contrary to exactly what you said you would do. You are doing the things you said you oppose. I ask you to vote no on both resolutions tonight, as they are straw men. I ask you to change your practices so that our county is not gutted by those good and faithful public servants who do their very best for us, despite their morale being demolished at all times, that they are not able to meet with their administrator, despite many promises of brown bag lunches that do not always appear. I ask that they be allowed to do the jobs, that do the service that they want to do. I ask that you reinstate DEI for my friends who are post-polio, in wheelchairs and with crutches, because DEI protects all the vulnerable people, not just the ones that you're scared of by being homophobic, by being hateful to those that you perceive to be different than yourselves. Please be careful of whom you hate, because it may be someone that you actually love, and you might be harming your own children.
Did they?
Deb's Isaac.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Number 28.
Had a new identity there. Deb Isaac, Port Sheldon Township. The resolution to protect childhood innocence is a sham and an ulterior motive to further micromanage the health department.
Why don't you just say that instead of coming up with these preposterous resolutions under the guise of protecting our rights? You have a right to your opinion, but you do not have a right to impose condescending and homophobic resolutions on residents because of your disdain for others, worded as protecting the innocent. The chastising and public shaming of the health department and your fellow commissioners is rude, insulting, and frankly, very immature. You continue to choose the low road to criticize, demoralize, and demean the efforts of professionals doing their job. The moral diatribes and the pre-planned barrage of questioning reminds me of how one might parent a child who has misbehaved. The big difference here, you are not the parent. Ottawa County employees are not children, and neither are your constituents. Grooming, contributing to sexual deviance, indoctrination? I'm pretty sure you did not attend any of the Pride Fests in West Michigan, because if you did, you will probably have to shut down the county because of those participating. Let me name a few of those. Hayworth, Miller Knoll, Shape Corporation, Padnos, Gentex, Public Museums, Hope Network, Pine Rest Christian Counseling, foster parents, local small businesses, Christian and public colleges, public safety officers, and even the Holland Corral. I wonder what their response will be when they get a letter from Ottawa Impact about not practicing Christian discernment. I doubt they'll even care, but what they did care about was openly participating in a local festival celebrating inclusion and treating people with respect. Did I forget to mention that the Ottawa County Health Department was there this past Saturday, fulfilling its duty as a public health department, being seen as an approachable and responsible service to the community? That's how I want my tax dollars spent. I don't need a moral compass. I'll decide what festival I want to go to, what books I want to read, and how to parent. These resolutions are nothing more than vindictive attempts at controlling your narrative, undermining professional county employees, and dehumanizing others. There is no telling who else you are going to add to this list.
Number 29 is Chuck Seisig, Port Sheldon Township.
Chuck Seisig, Port Sheldon Township. I would like to share my concerns regarding the proposed censure of Commissioner Bonema. I understand that the Ottawa County Republican Party has already censured Commissioner Bonema for his attempt to initiate bipartisan effort to engage with another member of the commission. A bipartisan effort, is that unique? This is a pattern of behavior that most of the citizens in this country hope their elected officials would do without hesitation. Talk to each other, understand each other. Should you choose to follow this blatant partisan effort to denigrate Commissioner Bonema, you betray the trust placed in you by the citizens of Ottawa County. Commissioner Bonema has repeatedly asked for an update from the county administrator on the Nathaniel Kelly appointment and has been continuously ignored. Not responding to requests for information by the Ottawa Impact Commissioners and Mr. Gibbs has been a recurring pattern and problem for other commissioners, constituents, and the media. By this action, if taken, you would not only silence Commissioner Bonema, but also deprive the thousands of citizens of District 4 their representative rights guaranteed in the Constitution of the United States. It would appear that the designation constitutional county means that your Ottawa Impact board members get to choose who is worthy of those rights. Before you cast your vote, think about the county residents who will have no voice in their representative government should you approve this petty, vindictive measure. Your job is to protect the rights of our residents. all of our residents. Do your job.
Number 30 is Donna Mooney, Park County.
Last time I came to this board, I was exhausted. I said I was tired, and yeah, I find myself here dragged out again after treading 10 miles from my house to get here. Strength within community and of commissioner of who I'm seeing. I noticed amongst you debating whether or not to censor this particular man. This local representative of District 4 must not fall to the peril of a vote in one meeting for the incalculable, inestimable effect, I argue, will most certainly negatively affect my neighbors to the northeast. I must state that Mr. Banama, in regards to abuse of power, however, that's what the resolution says. I know this was the sole commissioner who attended my township meeting. This was the man who passionately fights for the people in the best way he knows how to. I make no excuse for his alleged actions that you guys accuse him of. I do not know the facts, and I do not know, but I do know this. With such vast county legislative and administrative duties, the role of commissioners is vast. The absence of any one of you, including censorship, would be detrimental to the people of District 4. The common saying is, do not talk about politics, religion, or money, but how else can the hardworking of people in this county express their frustrations working 12 hours at one job or having two jobs working 16? So yeah, I cannot speak for the people, but I can say that I, the individual, share Mr. Banama's frustrations and highly implore you not to censor him. And speaking of distortions of truth, I would highly consider implementing the Oxford English Dictionary back in the Herrick District Library, because when they were doing their so-on quote-unquote renovations, the oldest fundamental thing I could actually draw back to about certain definitions were in those books. So that's that. And yeah, don't censor Mr. Banama. We need a voice, and I'm absolutely tired. I don't come up here out of my own house. That's for doggone sure. All right, I'm out of here. All right, take care.
Number 31 is Mika on Georgetown Township.
Hello, can you hear me? Good. I'm Nick DeHaan, been a member of Ottawa County, a resident for about 50 years. I'm a veteran. That was 50 years ago too. Worked in this county for 50 years, leadership roles, and I really appreciated the trust and respect, the safety, the creativity, et cetera, that I find in Ottawa County. And I also find that in this board. And I want to thank you for all that you have done and what you're doing. Now, this resolution towards Mr. Banama, all I know from being in business is you have to have a team that you can count on and work on, and certain things are agreed upon and certain things aren't. Now, I'm not here to accuse anybody of anything, because I don't know all the details. But to me, my observation, and I go to a lot of meetings, is that trust has been broken. I look at the discipline, at this censorship, as discipline to heal that situation. And I've seen some interchange back and forth where I thought that was taking place, some good, open, honest communication. Now, this man has, this is his second term? Okay, anyway, well, there goes that idea. Okay, real quick, over to the kids, I gotta watch the time. Yeah. This is a difficult issue, this resolution to protect the children, but it's a critical one. and it has to be done carefully. And I think you're on the right path, and I think you do respect everybody and their rights. The constitutional county, I thank you for that. COVID and many other things show the dangers of an out-of-control bureaucracy. And when I was in business, I saw a lot of things happen by a bureaucracy that had power and used it and made us, in some cases, non-competitive. And I see that happening in our nation. So I ask you to look at anything, boy, I gotta get back here. To look at anything that supports the county, the health department, anything at all, and make sure that it is doing what it's supposed to do, goals and objectives, and measure their progress. And I think you're doing that. And I really appreciate that. Had a couple more things, but I can't think of them now. I should have written a few things down. But don't give up. I want to use all my time, though. Don't give up. I hear people talk about how the past was terrible. Well, these principles, built on the Bible and on freedom, are what built this country. And I'm sure we can all talk about bad things that happened, but I'll tell you, there's no better country. And I went, well, I did my part. Thank you. And I don't want to lose what this country was built on. So keep working.
Thank you for your service.
Number 32 is Joel Spielman, Jamestown Township.
Good evening. I speak in support of all the resolutions on the agenda this evening. And yes, to confirm with what's been said, I am absolutely a Jesus freak. In the words of Jesus, but whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it would be better for him to have a heavy millstone hung around his neck and to be drowned in the depth of the sea. Matthew 18:6. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. Ensure justice for those being crushed. Proverbs 31:8. And in the words of one of the top two bands of all time, Casting Crowns, be careful, little eyes, what you see. It's the second glance that ties your hands as darkness pulls the strings. Be careful, little feet, where you go, for it's the little feet behind you that are sure to follow. Be careful, little ears, what you hear. When flattery leads to compromise, the end is always near. Be careful, little lips, what you say, for empty words and promises lead broken hearts astray. The journey from your mind to your hands is shorter than your thinking. Be careful if you think you stand. You just might be sinking. Oh, be careful, little eyes, what you see, for the Father up above is looking down in love. Oh, be careful, little eyes, what you see. It's a slow fade when you give yourself away. It's a slow fade when black and white have turned to gray. Thoughts invade, choices are made, a price will be paid when you give yourself away. People never crumble in a day. It's a slow fade. Conservatives were urged earlier to find a spine. We have. We will no longer allow those who would submit our children to sexual exploitation to deflect, distract, and project to achieve their agenda to indoctrinate all children at the behest of tax dollar laundering organizations like Planned Parenthood, which is actively transitioning its profit centers from infanticide to child mutilation. As a parent, it is the responsibility of my wife and I to train my children and to give them a moral compass and to coach them in life. My wife and I are suited better than anyone else in this room and in the entire world to raise our children. Thank you all for standing up for our God-given rights. That being said, I will also speak to the resolution on Commissioner Bonema. I've had conversations with Commissioner Bonema. They've been good conversations. We've had lunch. We've had discussions. But at the end of the day, I am on the executive committee for the Republican Party, part of the group that did vote for this. And the reason that I voted in favor of the censure from the Republican Party, which I realize tonight is different, is because there was a deviance from the party platform. And there was actions taken, there were actions taken that do not represent what Republicans are all about, which is the platform, which is the Constitution, and that includes interpersonal relationships and the way that people interact together. So, thank you.
Number 33 is M. Bilski, Park Township.
The fabulous Miss MB. Thank you. I think that you like to be entertained and read to like I do. Some of my favorite movies are Tu Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar, and Footloose. Footloose, as you may remember, is, among other things, about a pastor who loses his son, and in his zeal to stop others from feeling his pain, he is out to save the children. He doesn't like music. He doesn't like dancing. Well, he doesn't really seem to like much of anything at all. But my favorite scene is when he gets a phone call. Parishioners, it appears, are burning books because there's evil in the books. When he arrives to where they're being burned, which is the library, he picks up one of the books and he says, "The evil is not in here, it's in your heart. It's in here. Go home and pass judgment on yourselves." This is a turning point for him as well as the movie. In Tu Wong Fu, 3 drag queens drive across the country, I don't know why, to get to a drag show to California. They have a little car trouble and they end up in this dumpy little town. While they're there waiting for their car to be fixed, they help the women rediscover their femininity, their beauty, their love. And in doing so, they transform this little town, creating community and compassion. They also help a battered wife stand up to her abuser. It's a wonderful story. I highly recommend. I like to be entertained. I like to be read to. And so I will read a couple of my favorite Mother Goose rhymes to you. Curly locks, wilt thou be mine? Thou shalt not do the dishes, nor yet feed the swine, but sit upon a cushion and sew a fine seam, and feast upon strawberries, sugar, and cream. That's me. Pussycat, pussycat, where have you been? I been to London to see the Queen. Pussycat, pussycat, what did you there? I frightened a little mouse under her chair. I read these to you so that the next time you think of a child who might have met a drag queen with her parents and perhaps gave them $1 or so, whatever, and then they may ask a friend to act like a drag queen. Perhaps what this child is really asking for is someone to play pretend, dress up, or even to read. Anything else comes from here, not here.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Brian Stork. I am a genital urinary surgeon with an interest in gun violence prevention. My wife and I live in Spring Lake Township. I'd like to thank the chair and the commissioners this evening for allowing me to make a public comment. As we all know, gun violence is a major cause of injury and death to children living in the United States and within the state of Michigan. Recently, the Michigan legislature passed a package of gun safety and violence prevention bills. On May 22nd, the governor signed the final of these bills addressing the extreme risk prevention orders into law. That same evening, the Ottawa County Board of Directors began discussions and the next day voted to make Ottawa County a constitutional county. I'm sure you recall. In the context of protecting our children from gun violence, I'm still not sure how this resolution is helpful. I think it would be helpful if the board could further clarify. As you may also know, June is National Gun Violence Prevention Month. Tragically, 8 days ago, a 10-year-old girl and her father were killed, and a 7-year-old girl and her mother were seriously wounded in a murder-suicide event in Fruitport Township in Muskegon County. This is very close to where I live and work. Last time I spoke here, I discussed some of the work that we are doing to prevent gun violence in Muskegon County. Just wanted to highlight that the Ottawa County Department of Public Health really has done a nice job with a program called Safer Homes. I think I would encourage everybody to take a look at the website. That's www.myottawa.org/safehomes. Gun violence prevention requires an evidence-based, all-hands-on-deck approach. I'm really worried this commission is not taking this issue seriously. Moreover, I'm worried we, the people in this room, with our infighting and growing polarization, are taking our eye off the ball. For the health and safety of our children, I pray we will collectively be able to refocus. This is the way. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you this evening on how we can all work together to prevent gun violence and gun-related injuries in our county and in our local communities. Thank you.
Number 35 is Sandra Hansen from Holland.
God created all people, and God loves all people, all of us. God created and He loves the weak, the children, the black people, the gay people, the women, the old people, each and every human in every country and in every religion. Countries, religion, and people are judged by how they care for their citizens, by their access to education, by their access to health care, their access to equal administration of justice under the law, and their access to adequate living and working conditions. Please, open your hearts to all the people in this country, in this county, and in our city. Open your hearts to Jacob Bonema, to Adeline Hambley, and the others who might oppose you or disagree with you. Do this as God wants you to love your enemy. The way to do this is to listen to each of these people's viewpoints and to let these people speak into your hearts and to not attack your enemies. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 36 is Charity McMaster, Spring Lake Township.
Firstly, in response to the censure of Commissioner Bonema, nothing was leaked to the press if it was obtained under a FOIA request, as the packet says. The Freedom of Information Act is a lawful state request for information. Your assertion that the investigation into allegations cost taxpayers money with unnecessary legal fees is laughable, considering your continued grudge against the health department. You have done more to erode public trust all by yourselves, and you continue to stifle conversation during county meetings and voices you disagree with. Secondly, in regard to the resolution to protect the innocence of children, this seems like a thinly veiled attempt to project your ultra-conservative religious views on the rest of us. Are you trying to lay groundwork for book bans, targeting queer and trans youth, shutting down conversations supporting safe intercourse, protection against sexually transmitted diseases? Again, stifling voices you disagree with. Unless you mean to uphold the recently passed red flag background checks and storage gun laws to mitigate school shootings and the necessity for school shooter drills. These considerably erode innocence more than any of the examples I listed. Being afraid someone will kill you at school or kill someone in front of you causes actual trauma. Unless you mean promoting a culture of acceptance and supporting programs of anti-bullying, gay, trans, and queer youth are 33% more likely to commit suicide than their peers. They need your protection and your help. Unless you don't consider them innocent by the very nature of them being gay, then that is a prejudice. And if that is the case, that is an example of bigotry. You favor a religious definition of innocence subject to your approval, and you insist that everyone do the same. We will not. We will protect all the kids, and we will use this resolution, if passed, to do that. And you don't have the market cornered on Christianity. There are 8 Christian churches in Holland and Grand Haven that have spoken out in a statement denouncing Ottawa Impact's divisive ideology. You are not the best Christians. Is that an affront to you, to think about that? None of us are supposed to be in competition to be the best Christians. It's not a contest, unless it's who can love their fellow human the most. Bottom line, this seems like part of a prearranged list of objectives Ottawa Impact has. And if Ottawa Impact has such an agenda, and you as commissioners are carrying that out, then it has become the county's agenda and is subject to public scrutiny. As a citizen, I would like to see that agenda, please. And lastly, because Eid starts tomorrow at sundown, I would like to wish everyone Eid Mubarak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 37 is Melanie Schoolton from Township.
Hi, I'm Melanie Skolton from Park Township. When you go to the website for the American Public Health Association, this is the first sentence. Public health promotes and protects the health of people and the communities where they live, learn, work, and play. It says nothing about endorsing how people live, or where they play, or who they play with. It says public, concerning people as a whole. That is all people. Every human. It's so simple. I don't understand the need to make it complicated. It says where they live, learn, work, and play. So actually, I came to ask more about some things that I haven't seen on the agendas recently, and just wondered more about those. For instance, the budget. Since 8 out of the 11 of you or your administrator have never overseen a county budget process before, it seems like that might be a good topic for some robust discussion tonight, but it's not on the agenda. So, the Housing Commission, which you wanted to take in a new direction, hasn't met since April 24. Just wondering if there's an update there. Ottawa County has some of the most pressing housing issues in the state of Michigan around affordability, land use, infrastructure, yet the 7 meetings that were scheduled so far, 4 of them have been canceled. 3 out of the 6 meetings for the Brownfield Redevelopment Board have also been canceled. So just curious about that. The Groundwater Sustainability Initiative, this is the study that found a significant drop in static water levels and an increase in salinity, had to get that right, especially with rainfall totals being especially low this spring, and the importance of our agricultural economy in Ottawa County. This seems like an important thing to talk about. Someone else also mentioned the online public comment policy, just wondering where that is. I also polled some of your constituents to ask for input on what they would like to see talked about. And they said childcare access and affordability, traffic studies, public transportation, healthcare disparity, helping small business owners find and retain employees, food insecurity, helping citizens who are about to lose their Medicaid benefits, and encourage and fund grant activity. So I'm sure there are a dozen more, but you get the idea. So those are some of the things we would like to see talked about at some point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 38 is Walter Davis, Grand Haven Township.
Hi, Joe.
want to spend some time speaking in favor of Jacob Bonema. Given who I am and my systematic effort to expose everything fascistic about Ottawa Impact, I'm sure my voice in favor of Jacob might not be of aid to him. But I want to say it because of his humanity, the humanity he showed me. We met briefly after one meeting. We talked about maybe talking. I kept after him, so he invited me out to his house one day. I enjoyed the cordiality of his wife, who makes great pancakes, and Jacob and I hunkered down for 2 or 3 hours of serious talk, our effort being to explore our differences in a civic manner and learn from each other as much as we could. Not surprisingly, that conservative and this socialist found much that they were in disagreement about. But we tried to pursue that as a possibility of learning and expanding and testing our own views. That's the real thing that all of you wedded to a single man's retrograde ideology have sacrificed by voting against a man who tries to, with great honor and dignity, stand for real principles of public service. One can only say shame on you for the vote we all know you are going to take tonight. Jacob, it's good to see you again. With respect to the other measure, as all therapists, psychiatrists, psychotherapists know, the primary way in which children are sexualized neurotically is in the home by their parents. It's there that children have imposed on them far too often, in the name of Christianity, sin, shame, and guilt over their bodies and their sexualities. When you do that, you are psychosexually abusing a child in ways that will have lasting effects upon their life. You don't know that because you don't understand the very fragility of the children that you so quickly decide you are going to impose your beliefs on, and because you don't know how much those beliefs derive from the twisted nature of your own sexuality. I see another Republican friend of mine, Roger Bergman, someone I also admire and enjoy talking with. Remember the key thing: you do harm to these little ones, and it were better that a millstone be put around your neck and you be dropped in the sea. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Lorkey from Grand Haven Township. And I just want to tell the board how much I support what you've done since coming in. I've only been in Ottawa County for 7 years, and I have seen the change over those 7 years, and especially the last 3 or 4 years, a little bit before COVID, but then COVID kind of spread it up. So I think sped it up. So I think it woke a lot of people up. So I'm very thankful we have a new board here to help fight some of the creep into our freedoms. I want to thank you for the resolution to make Ottawa County a constitutional county. If you look at history, Hitler did not just load Jews on a train one day and take them off to concentration camps. It came slowly. You know, they just complied. They complied. And we need to just stop that. And so I just want to thank you for standing up, defending our freedoms, and asking the health department about some of the things they're doing. Because during COVID, they didn't protect our freedoms. I mean, I experienced that, you know, kids going to school with masks. The state saying you have to quarantine in your house. They're gonna come check on you. You know, I'm an adult. I know when to stay home when I'm sick. So thank you for asking about that. I want to know how my tax dollars are being spent. And I'm also in support of the resolution to protect childhood and innocence. When I go down and when I see pictures of little kids, you know, handing dollar bills to drag queens, I guess one picture in my mind was a young boy. He was 2 or 3 years old. And he's like holding that dollar out, and he's afraid. You know, it's like, what parent puts their child up to that? And I understand they have those parental rights to do that, but we don't need to have that in the public square. So thank you.
Hi, I am here to fully support the resolution to protect childhood innocence. My goal as a nurse, my oath as a nurse, is to be a patient advocate. I will fight for the children. I was a nurse for 42 years, worked med-surg, ortho, neuro, obstetrics, labor and delivery, the pain clinic, which was located inside the hospital. My history was patient care. I worked in a diverse hospital. Renewing my license throughout the years, different things would change what they needed on our license renewal. One of them was we had a pain module, which corresponded with an opioid crisis. It still is horrendous. We still have to go through this module, but everybody knows we're having issues with the opioid crisis. We also just recently, we got a new module, and that was child trafficking. That means those two are the biggest things that we have to worry about in our country. Child trafficking. I have been retired, so I've had a chance to go down the big hole, big rabbit hole. And believe me, it's pretty darn ugly, and what they do to children is unbelievable. I knew the opioid crisis was bad, but child trafficking is not second to anything. In reality, children are a commodity to be bought and sold for sex. And they're bought for a lot of money. They did an undercover study about Planned Parenthood, and this was a while back, and it was selling baby body parts. You know, the older the baby is, they might be worth more money. So with abortions and everything in Planned Parenthood, they were making quite a bit. Bringing in a parade that is geared toward the LGBT community is one thing, but then to have drag queens is quite another. Drag queens are for adults. If you want to go see them in a bar late at night, that's up to the adult. I don't believe they should be in front of children. I'm sorry, it's pretty easy to me. And then, like different people have said, they've been given money by children. That is disgusting to me. It's normalizing something that is not for a child. This also psychologically confuses a child. So once again, drag queens, again, are for adults. Adeline Hamley mentioned in the Tribune, I read the Tribune, yes, I do that once in a while, that they were there to vaccinate against monkeypox and COVID. They wanted these vaccinations available to the people that were there for the parade. Well, okay, that sounds well and good, but one of the questions for me is, what's in the monkeypox vaccination? We really still don't know what's in the COVID vaccination, and it's changed. You know, different injections are different, and were they giving out information about what was in the vaccination? You know, side effects. It's just something you kind of want to know.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Number 41 is Alpha Mansur at Holland Township.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Alpha Mansuri. I am from Holland Township. And I am just going to say a few things regarding the resolution that's been proposed. And as I looked at the resolution and had a chance to read it, it is tantamount to reading something out of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Lots of rules, no mercy. You are just so driven and focused on creating rules for the rest of us. Have you had an opportunity to see where you have given a sacrifice, where you have been asked to sacrifice something? Where is it? It is the same, more clearly, I should say, it's pretty annoying reading that resolution, to say the least. But it's more akin to eating Chinese food. While it tastes good, it leaves you with this feeling of looking for more. It makes no sense. It makes as much sense as being a black Republican. It's absolutely meaningless. We are 6 months since you took office, and we're still waiting to see some tangible record accomplishment to speak of. So far, we've just seen chaos, division, and a sheer lack of imagination and curiosity. And we keep pulling this old age, endless repackaging of this, whatever childhood innocence means like to you, because I don't know what it means. But as my dad, before I left West Africa to come to America, there were always those standing values that they taught me that have never left me. One of them is we desire to bequeath two things to our children. The first one is roots. The other is wings. We as parents prepare our kids. You don't get to do that for us. What you help a child to love can be more important than when you help them to learn. An African proverb. We have to prepare the child for the path, not the path for the child. Thank you.
Good evening. Despite laryngitis, I'm going to do the best I can tonight to speak on behalf of the nonprofit sector of our community. There appear to be some maneuverings taking place to restrict or eliminate funding to some of our most cherished and important nonprofit organizations. No one goes into nonprofit administration to cause harm. We go into nonprofit administration because we care about human beings. We and our organizations do what we do because of genuine needs. I know dozens of nonprofit administrators in Ottawa County. Most of them have committed their entire life to being of service. For many of us, this is not a career choice as much as it is a calling. We are tending to the needs of the most vulnerable in our community, and it's challenging, it's difficult, sometimes it's soul-crushing work. But we keep doing it because we know how important it is. We know the value of the lives we touch. And that's the most important point that I want you to recognize here. It seems that there's an agenda in place, and you're working through your checklist of issues. But attached to those issues are real live human beings who feel threatened and marginalized by an atmosphere of judgment and control that leaves no room for conversation or compassion or compromise. The fact that you find it necessary to pass a resolution to preserve the innocence of children is deeply disturbing. It implies that there are actually leaders in our community who don't wish to preserve the innocence of children, and that assertion is patently absurd. I was the victim of childhood sexual abuse in a day and age when we didn't talk about those things. I think we believed if we didn't talk about it, it meant it wasn't happening. So instead of being given the tools and resources and language I needed to be able to interpret what was happening to me and to find help, I had to carry that alone. You state that no county staff or resources should be allocated to activities, programs, events, content, or institutions which support, normalize, or encourage the sexualization of children and youth. Well, of course not. But the troubling fact is that none of us has the luxury of ignoring that we live in a society where children and youth are sexualized. Believe me, I wish that weren't so, but ignoring that fact or blaming the individuals, organizations, and institutions who are working so hard to provide necessary resources to create a healthier society for everyone can only do more harm than good. I implore you to stop moral grandstanding and start engaging with the leaders in this community who can help you understand the real-life struggles of the people of this county, the people you have been elected to present and to serve.
Number 43 is David Barnowski, Port Sheldon Township.
Good evening. My name's David Barnowski, and I vote in Port Sheldon Township. After last week's irrational attack on Adeline Hambley, I took a day and a half to think about it. Eventually, I put a petition together, and I put it on a website. It reads as follows: "We support the Ottawa County Department of Public Health continuing to participate in providing public health services in parallel with other controversial events, even events that may be related to sexual behavior. We do not consider their participation in cooperation with these events to constitute an endorsement of them. We do not consider them to be a lack of discernment on their part. We support these efforts by the Health Department as a good faith effort to reach out to at-risk populations and to provide the highest quality care to all of the citizens of Ottawa County. We oppose the efforts of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners to characterize these events as being endorsements of the events they are cooperating with, or in being in any way official misconduct or neglect of duty. We believe these choices are evidence of the proper execution of the duty to provide the best possible public health service to the citizens of Ottawa County." That language was chosen because it matches the language you would have to use if you tried to fire Adeline Hambley. That petition, without a whole lot of effort, was signed by over 1,700 people. It's still online, and people can still sign on to it. I made every effort to only solicit from Ottawa County residents. On another topic, Jacob Bonema. I still have hope for him. I have some hope for Rebecca Curran as well. So they can have conversations with us. There are 6 of you I'm losing all hope for, because you are all in lockstep and you are all answering to things that have really no business in county government. But you're doing that because your constituents out here are asking for it. They're irrational, and you're giving them what they want that don't belong in county government. So, I'm losing hope.
Number 44 is Vince Bush, Holland Township.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm not used to being on this side of the table. So we sent you a letter from with Holland Township. I'm the Holland Township Treasurer. We sent you a letter in with supporting Jacob Bonema. But I just wanted to let you know who I am. I'm a Christian, a husband, a father, and I'm the current Holland Township Treasurer. I represent over 42,000 residents, and about 80% of those vote. But I just want to let you know the interaction that we have with Ottawa County. It's safety, health, and prosperity. With safety, we did a public safety building with Ottawa County of over $7 million. With health, we did the expansion of the park system in Holland Township with the Hawthorne Park. And with prosperity, we've done $20 million with the wastewater expansion with Ottawa County, and we are the leader of living wage housing in Ottawa County. So all I'm asking for is, how will our voice be heard if we lose 50% of our representation? I encourage you to vote no on item 9C, and have a good evening. Hi, Mom.
Number 45 is Amber Siselski.
My name is Amber Shashowski. I am from Allendale Township. I just wanted to get up here and thank Mr. Moss and the 6 board members. I just wanted to thank you for protecting parental rights. I wanted to thank you for now moving to protect children's innocence. I applaud you also for holding Commissioner Bonema responsible and accountable. He signed a contract to the people of Ottawa County, and he has failed multiple times to keep that contract. I encourage you to vote yes on both resolutions tonight, and I want to thank you for your tireless commitment to your position and for voting according to the principles that you promised you would vote according to. You ran on them during the election, and people like me read through them and voted you into those seats. And as one of those people, I am proud to say that maybe I am one of those irrational voters. And I will never regretted my vote for you. I want to thank you on behalf of my family and behalf of my children for the decisions you continue to make.
Number 46 is Diane Beltier.
This is quite intimidating. It's a very powerful group of people here, and I've never been to a meeting like this before, and I'm not sure I will ever come back. There's a lot of passion, a lot of anger, a lot of people pointing fingers at each other, and I was so excited when this group got in. I went to a couple Ottawa Impact meetings, and I was really positive about it. I thought, you know, we're going to get back to some basics, not all of them all at once. And I was so happy that Mr. Gibbs was on the board. And then it all blew up. I mean, the first meeting was like an explosion. I don't think that's how we win friends and influence people. And neither is it's not all black, it's not all white. And so somehow if you guys can't even get along with one person that disagrees on occasion, that makes me very concerned, because you represent us. We don't get along very well out here, but I think we all want the same thing. But I'm very concerned. I support Mr. Bonema. We all have different ideas. We all take things different on different days. Maybe some people were having a bad day that day. Maybe we have to talk it out and work it out. Maybe we need HR to interfere and get people together. But to silence one person makes me very concerned, because that's what some of the Republicans say the Democrats are doing. They're all in one. They're all in March step. Why do we want to be all in one? We need to communicate. We need to work together. Don't get rid of him. He helps maybe present a little different perspective. We all can't think alike. That's where we're going to go down the drain. So please, please do not get rid of Mr. Bonema. Do not censor him. Keep up the good work, but we need more communication, less power. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 47 is George Meyerhausen, Spring Lake Township.
Good evening. I'm here to voice my support for Joe Moss, Sylvia Rohde,
Allison Miedema, Gretchen Cosby, Lucy Ebel, and Roger Belknap. You have done what you said you would do. You clean house on day one. I support that. You have not wavered, apologized, or given in to your critics, including, quote-unquote, your fellow Republicans on the Board of Commissioners. I applaud that. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't ever, ever back down. Let's talk Pride festivals. Seattle Pride Festival video with completely naked men riding around on bicycles in full view of children. If I rode around Grand Haven naked on a bike and stopped in front of children, what would happen to me? Obviously, I would be arrested for indecent exposure or possibly worse charges. But if you're in a Pride festival riding around naked, it is business as usual. New York City Pride Parade video. We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children. They just said the quiet part out loud. A quote from House of Representatives Lauren Boebert, Colorado. She states, when people march down the street yelling out that they are coming for your children, I'm inclined to believe them. Now don't get mad when we refer to you and everyone else who doesn't denounce this garbage as groomers. But you say, that's Seattle. That's New York City. That will never happen in Ottawa County. Well, I was born in Ottawa County in 1960. So whoever thought there would be pride festivals, drag shows for children, with them handing out dollar bills like in a strip club, drag queen story hour for children, all this right here in Ottawa County. Gender queer and other perverted books detailing oral sex and same-sex activity in our public school libraries, which we now call media centers. Lastly, a diversity, equity, and inclusion department in Ottawa County, which got the axe day one. Thank you, 6 commissioners, for that. I applaud that. All this right here in conservative, quote-unquote, Ottawa County. The alphabet community is not a live and let live ideology. Thank you.
Chair, those are all the registered public comments.
Right, is there anyone else who would like to come forward and address the board?
David Moore in Allendale Township. First of all, I would think that some of these people need to understand, I know what a sacrifice it is for you to sit in your chair. It takes a lot, many hours of every day, many hours of every night, and sleepless nights, and I thank you for that. The other thing I'd like to readdress is the fact that you were put here for a reason. You were elected by the people of Ottawa County to do a job, and that job is what you've done, and some of you I'm very proud of. Some have shown that they have the steadfastness to continue on, and others have wavered. I'm hoping and praying that those who have wavered would find the strength and courage to do what is right. As far as the children's innocence, if somebody didn't know any better, they'd think there's a struggle going on here in Ottawa County, you know what? I've heard arguments that said, we all agree, so you don't need to do nothing. I find that really hard to understand. And I'm trying to look at what their vision is for these kids. And I can't help but come to the conclusion it's Sodom and Gomorrah. Here's a fact I know. For each one of us, we have a garden. God has given each one of us a garden to take care of and to tend. And in that garden, we get to choose what's going to grow and what's not going to grow. We get to pluck out the things we don't want in our lives, and we get to grow and encourage and nourish the things we do want to grow. These little kids can't dictate between one to another what's good and what isn't. And shame on the parents that can't figure out the difference either.
So I applaud anything you can do to help protect these kids. The next thing is Mr. Bonma. I'm hoping and praying tonight that the vote never has to take place. And some of you might not understand that, but I will share. I believe Mr. Bonma to be a Christian. I believe Mr. Bonma to have the Holy Spirit inside of him, the same Holy Spirit that's inside of me. I've stood with Mr. Bonma on an occasion or two, and I would challenge him this: seek out the Holy Spirit in the issues that they've claimed and seen, and some of us have done. There is a way out of this without this having to happen. God told you how. The Word tells you how. Through repentance, there is forgiveness, and everything can be better and whole. But I would challenge you this: there was a day that this boat was sent on a direction. The people of this county wanted a different direction. The good old boys club was no good. When you throw out an anchor for whatever reason, you're hurting the people. There's a way and a time and a proper way to do things. I understand that you can ask for anything to be added to the agenda before the meeting. Add it. Ask. I'm all for it. But not to discourage and cause a ruckus and fodder for the enemy. Thank you. Have a good night.
John Steinbach, Spring Lake. I just wanted to say, I believe in inclusion too. And the Bible talks about we're all guilty before God, Romans 3:10. No one's righteous, no one understands, no one seeks after God, and none does good. And the Bible also said, it is not what goes into a man that defiles, but what comes out. For from within, out of the heart of men, proceed evil thoughts, adulteries, fornications, murders, thefts, covetousness, wickedness, deceit, lewdness, and evil eye, blasphemy, pride, and foolishness. I know that the U.S. is just full of covetousness, and I know that because as a man who loves sin, you can see my head, I love sin, and I ended up loving it too much, and the Lord was good, and he brought me back home, and I got a nice kick in the head. Prodigal son returned to his father, and I know the Father in heaven is good, and he loves everybody, and I know this, that we've had two debating sides, one that don't believe in the law of God, and those who don't believe in the law of God, those who don't serve God, they'll die without mercy. And then I know the other side is holding up the law of God, and you can't hold up the law of God without holding up the lawmaker. Now learn what this says, Jesus. Jesus says, go learn what this means. I desire mercy and not sacrifice. I fear that this country has lost sight of who it is that made the law, and that's the one who died on the cross for all of our sins. And so when I hear this, all this nonsensical stuff, I hear, where's the gospel? The gospel is repent and believe in Jesus Christ who died on the cross for the remission of sins, that your sins may be blotted out, and that times of refreshing may come from the Lord. And I know in Revelation 21:8 it says, the cowards and unbelieving, anyone who's ashamed of Christ, to speak of Christ, not about the law and this and that, and the abominable and murderers and the sexually immoral and all liars will have their part in the lake of fire. That's the second death. Too many people are worried about this life and not the next. So that's all I have to say.
I feel like I do this a lot. I come to a meeting and I'm not going to talk, and then I get convicted to talk. So my name is Eric, Ottawa County, soon to be Allegan County, not for any other reason other than a new location. There's been a lot of talk tonight, and I'm going to take the perspective from my faith, my Christian faith, and that is mine alone, and that's what I stand on. I don't accuse anybody else of it. I don't push it on anybody else. You want to talk, let's talk. You want to hug? I'll hug anybody outside that door today. I don't care who they are. That's who I need to be. I guess I'm getting a little bit tired of being targeted or ridiculed or judged based upon what somebody thinks that I feel, because I believe that homosexuality, based on biblical principles that I believe in and that I study, is wrong. That's my right, and nobody has to like it. We talk about the health department wanting to be at the drag queens because they want to meet people where they're at. I've been to a lot of different events. I've been to baseball games. I've been to concerts. Grand Haven, and now Worship on the Waterfront is one because I like that kind of music. Never seen the Ottawa County Health Department there. Probably not a very good customer. They're probably not looking to be vaccinated, or they don't have the other stuff, which, you know what, maybe there are people that want to be there, but they're not there. So perception sometimes becomes reality, and the reality is that when you go and you be part of that, then you're promoting that. You're saying that that's okay. And if that's their stand, or that's Ottawa County's stand, then I guess we have to do that. But then come and be part of the other stuff. Come and be part of the other side. If you don't want to be targeted, as they say, come and be part of the other stuff, so that you can be inclusive and include everybody else in the county. Because we're not. It's a promotion, and it's an ideology that we're moving. It's happening in the schools and everywhere else. So, kind of in the closing thing is pornography. I want to start a business in Ottawa County, and I think there's a huge demand for sexual immorality. So I'd like to, in the county parks, I'd like to have basically outdoor strip clubs. Is that okay? It's just a convention. It's just a festival. It's where we're happy and we're loving and we're sharing all that. It's not. We know that it's not. There's not a person in this room that would say that's okay. So how do we come together as one body, as one thing, right? If that's what you want to do on your time and in your home and whatever else, that's fine. But please don't criticize me based upon my faith. I do not want to make a mistake at the end of my life. There is a choice, heaven or hell. I will not make that mistake, because I only get one chance. Thank you for everything that you guys are doing.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Hello, board. My name is Aaron J. Compagner, Precinct 1, District 4, and I am for and approve both resolutions. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to address the board?
Hi, I'm Don Dykstra, Georgetown Township, and I also echo that gentleman's words. I know this is a tough job, and I pray that you continue to seek guidance. And I thank you for making us a constitutional county and a 2A county. And we just continue to lift you up in prayer. And I pray that this 2 resolutions pass tonight.
Thank you. Anybody else like to address the board?
Hi, Kendra Wenzel. I wasn't going to talk tonight, but I was sitting at home and decided I need to come to the meeting. I would like to thank you for standing up to protect our children's innocence via this resolution. There has been talk about our health department being involved in the pride parades and how they are there to help people and that no one is grooming anyone. Can someone please explain to me how this is not grooming a child? This picture is of a man dressed as a woman with a full face of thick clown makeup. He has breast implants and is wearing a deeply plunging jumpsuit that has almost entirely exposed those implants with nipples protruding through the outfit. This man has this precious little girl's face pressed into his trans breast while grasping a handful of dollar bills given to him by smaller underage children. Will men start dropping their pants in public and pressing innocent children's faces into their penises? It's no different. Yet this is considered acceptable. This type of perversion is imprinted into each child's developing brain. This will be imprinted into their brains as normal behavior. Grooming was imprinted in this little girl's mind as normal. Thank you for wanting to protect the innocence of this child and all children like her.
Okay, take a short 10-minute recess.
When there's a bunch of audio channels. Hey, Roger. This is. I'm returning your jar. Just that I returned it.
Okay, can I give it to you later? I got it.
Yeah, of course.
I'll take it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's right there. Yes, probably.
Mr. Bonner, do you plan to make yourself available for comment after the board meeting? I'm sorry to yell to you across the way, but we have boundaries now. So. You don't want to protrude. We're with the WC.
I won't do this evening, but I'm open tomorrow or the next day.
Okay.
I'm not anti-press in any way.
No. Trust me, we understand. I mean, it's all on you. So we're just making sure.
I'm out here at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
That's what we're also trying to avoid. So we understand. So yeah, if we can be in touch with you tomorrow, then we can. Do we have contact information? We do. We absolutely. I think you just spoke with us not too long ago, if I'm not mistaken, as in probably yesterday. Like it was something like that. So I think we'll that is obviously if we don't for some odd reason, the best way to reach you is yourself. I can take that. Just to be safe. I never want to count on it. So. Well, I hollered, so I feel like if I holler across the room, I think I have to make it on it. What's your cell? 616-845. All right, and like I said, you're not planning to make any comment after anything like that.
I think we're gonna let today be enough, it's been interesting. We'd like to get back to the budget. We've got a budget that's due at the end of August. Focus on this.
Cool. Well, we just wanted to check in to make sure,
Yeah,
so
no.
we know how long we gotta hang out and everything like that. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Is 9:21. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Thank you. We are on item 6, approval of agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and support to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Right, we have a couple of consent resolutions tonight. Could I get a motion for consent items, please?
So moved. Second.
A motion by Commissioner Bergman to approve the consent resolutions, second from Commissioner Rhodey. All in favor? Please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. We probably have a financial item on there.
Sorry. Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Right, thank you. Seeing as we have no public hearings, we'll move right into our agenda and action requests. 9A. We'll go to Commissioner Rhodey for a motion.
I move to approve a resolution expressing support for protecting childhood innocence.
There's a motion. Is there support?
Second.
It's motion and support. Commissioner Rhodey, I'll go back to you to start and then go from there.
Okay, I am going to start by reading this resolution. And it begins, whereas the future of Ottawa County relies on the health and well-being of its children and young people. And whereas children are our greatest treasure and our most vulnerable population, we must always weigh the risk of harm to children in public policy decisions. And whereas Thomas Sowell expressed, there are no perfect solutions, there are only trade-offs. And whereas we value integrity and excellence and will not trade the innocence of children for other governmental goals. And whereas protecting the innocence of children is an issue of concern for all adults. And whereas adults and children are increasingly over-sexualized in our nation, state, and county. And whereas Ottawa County has experienced an increase in criminal sexual assault cases, with the Ottawa County Sheriff's Department investigating or reviewing 1,050 criminal sexual conduct and child abuse cases in 2022, with 260 child victims referred to the Children's Advocacy Center. And whereas the exposure to and normalization of sexualized behaviors reduces children's inhibitions and ability to protect themselves from the sexual advances of others. And whereas children learn from observing and subsequently acting out the behaviors they have observed, children who have observed sexualized behaviors or who have been the victim of sexual assault may act out with other children at home or school, which may lead to additional child victims. And whereas the normalization of sexualized behaviors and content to children is not in the long-term interest of children or society, wholesome, good, and honorable content and activities should be promoted to children instead. Now therefore be it resolved, the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners is committed to protecting the innocence of children and to cultivating healthy children, families, communities, and institutions. And be it further resolved, no county staff or resources shall be allocated to activities, programs, events, content, or institutions which support, normalize, or encourage the sexualization of children and youth. And be it further resolved, the board encourages individuals and communities to promote the good and the honorable to children rather than the normalization of sexual behaviors, protecting the health and well-being of our children and the future of our county. And then I just have a few comments as well. I'm asking my colleagues tonight to pass the resolution to protect childhood innocence.
Both the Grand Haven Pride Festival and Holland Pride recently celebrated LGBTQ+, with children handing tip money to drag queens at a drag event in Grand Haven. The Ottawa County Health Department and several aligned organizations were in attendance as vendors. It's time to define the plus. Over 50 different flags are flown under the LGBTQ+ flag. Which groups may fall under the plus? Examples include furries, those who dress as furry animals and may use litter boxes; polyamory, also known as polygamy; bestiality; and pedophiles, or as they're now called, MAPs, MAPs, minor attracted persons. Perhaps that name is more palatable. Are there any boundaries to the plus? Are we promoting and supporting all activities under the plus? Will we continue to support a plus with no limits? Within the LGB community, there are many who do not support all that the flag has come to represent, especially when it comes to protecting children. There has been a slow march to sexualize children, with a recent push from MDE and Michigan's ISDs to teach little ones about the concept of consent at school. The sexualization of children is not new. It started with Kinsey of the Kinsey Institute, who used pedophile-based studies of babies and children as supposed evidence that little ones are sexual from birth and should therefore not be deprived of the expression or the exploration of sexuality from birth, with or without another individual. Libs of TikTok exposed our own Ottawa County Health Department nationally in 2022 for their parent guide on infant and child sexuality that had included similar messaging, which the health department had used at least since 2019. Our health department has advised school districts on implementing radical, comprehensive sexuality education and has used results from the intrusive, over-the-top sexualized YAS survey as a justification for doing so. A student told me this last year. His class either refused to take the survey altogether or purposefully answered the over-the-top questions falsely. In the past, the Ottawa Youth Sexual Health Coalition, administered by our health department, recruited teens through their Facebook page to work with MOASH, the Michigan Organization on Adolescent Sexual Health, which promotes comprehensive sexuality education, which is over-the-top radical sexuality education, and abortion without parental consent. Returning back to the resolution, the future of Ottawa County relies on the health and well-being of its children and young people. Children are our greatest treasure and our most valuable population. We must always weigh the risk of harm to children in public policy decisions. Taxpayer-funded government bureaucracy should not be utilized for the promotion of a sexuality agenda to children. Instead, we need to protect children from the use of local government to support and push this agenda. The resolution to protect child innocence commits to doing so. I urge my fellow commissioners to join me in passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Zylstra.
Great, thank you, Chair. Really appreciate that. Just I guess a basic question, to whom do I address any questions regarding this resolution? Your name is on the submission. Commissioner Rhodey read it.
Sure, you could address the chair.
Okay, great. So the second to last, excuse me, the second to last paragraph reads, be it further resolved, no county staff or resources shall be allocated to activities, programs, events, content, or institutions which support, normalize, or encourage the sexualization of children and youth. I guess for county staff and for all of us here, do we have a list of activities, programs, events, content, or institutions which support, normalize, or encourage the sexualization of children and youth that our resources and staff could not be allocated towards?
If that's a question for the chair, I'll do my best to answer. I don't think that there is a list like that, and I don't think there could be one created today that would be sufficient for the future.
Okay, could I ask to table this resolution until that list could be provided?
It's my view that that list could not be created right now, as
I
in the
understand it can't be
future,
right
additional
now.
events
But-
and
but-
activities will be brought up.
Okay,
and
but
will need to be
obviously,
considered at, at that time.
I mean, obviously, this resolution was written out of something in response to something that yourself or Commissioner Rhodey disapproved of, and I think for the sake of staff, it would be helpful to have that list of activities, programs, events, content, and institutions, so that they know ahead of time which staff and resources should not be allocated towards.
Your point is well taken.
Okay, but am I getting in? Thank you for that. I appreciate that, but that doesn't answer the question of whether there is a list. Could there be a list?
Looks to me like the resolution language stands on its own pretty well. If there are events, content, institutions that support the sexualization of kids, then this board, if this passes, or if it doesn't, should stand against it.
Right. I guess what staff will say is that they aren't allocating anything towards activity in programs, events, content, or institutions which support, normalize, or encourage the sexualization of children and youth right now. So if there is something that you have in mind, I think it would be fair for them to know ahead of time which activities, programs, events, content, and institutions to avoid.
Excellent. And I think what I would say is if there are any commissioners or staff or anyone with concerns of an event or an activity or anything that looks like it could be an issue, that would be something good to bring up.
But you're not going to say with this resolution what those events, activities, programs, content, and institutions are going to be before you pass the resolution.
And what I would say is if it supports, normalizes, or encourages the sexualization of children and youth, that would be the issue.
But I appreciate what you're saying, Commissioner Moss, but I think for staff's sake.
If you're looking for a complete and comprehensive list.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for.
Is there a way that one could be generated now that would contain all the future possible events for the county?
Well, like I said,
or is this resolution maybe meant to set a standard for the county?
Well,
instead of some sort of
I totally believe in standards, but if you're going to have standards, they have to be rigorous standards that say these are the activities, programs, events, content, institutions that staff cannot allocate resources towards, and draw a red line so that our staff knows.
We have excellent staff, and if they see anything that would sexualize kids, I would fully expect them not to engage in it.
Okay,
but that's my opinion.
Okay, I understand that, but what they're going to say is we don't do that now. Obviously, this resolution comes out of something that you or Commissioner Rhodey are seeing, and I think at a basic fairness to staff, those activities, programs, events, constitutions, content, or institutions should be laid out in this resolution so that they know ahead of time where's the red line.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this specifically? Commissioner Bergman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moss. I have a few questions I'd like to ask. Who gets to decide what the well-being of our children looks like? From the looks of this resolution, it looks like you, the government, gets to make the determination, even though in whereas number 4, you reference not trading innocence of children for government goals. Whereas number 8, who gets to determine what that exposure and normalization of sexualized behaviors is? Is it your standards? Or is it the parents' standards? Again, who gets to decide? Whereas number 10, again, who gets to decide what is wholesome, good, and honorable activities? You in your government role. And then there's the first, be it further resolved. Who gets to decide what our employees may or may not be involved in, just like Doug was mentioning. Again, I go back to your desire to not have government set goals. How is this different? This resolution does not address some of the other ways children lose their innocence, such as poverty, neglect, hunger, homelessness, poor education, which some on this board have decided are not very important. This resolution is wrong on so many fronts, and for any of you to vote yes on this is a slap in the face of parents who do not conform with your beliefs. Any of you campaigned on parental rights, yet in this resolution you are advocating for taking them away. If we're actually going to pass this, my hope is that our employees will not leave in mass or decide to walk out and protest. If I worked for the county, I might. I, as a concerned parent and grandparent who has been elected to represent all the parents of Ottawa County, am voting no on this blatant attempt to enforce the beliefs of some on this board on all the parents and citizens of Ottawa County.
Thank you, Commissioner Bergman. We could please have silence in the audience, please. I'd love to address at least one thing. We'll keep going around. If parents would like to make determinations for their kids, I think that's great. And as a board and as a county, we make determinations not for parents, but for county resources. That's our job, and that's what we are elected to do. Commissioner Cosby.
I think policy actually could be put in place to address Mr. Zylstra's desire to define what those activities may be. And it's going to be, and in addition to what there'll have to be some sort of statement in there about due to lack of specificity that, you know, there may be other occurrences that are not addressed in the policy that need to have the approval of administration. But I think we could work out a policy that would actually address Mr. Zylstra's concerns.
So are you asking to table this motion till we get that in place? Because I would be in favor of that.
No, what I'm saying is that I think that we do the resolution and then we create a policy that helps support the staff so they better understand.
Okay, but I mean, with your permission, I think if we're going to pass a resolution, it should be as complete as possible. And what you're saying is, let's pass this incomplete resolution and complete it later on, which I don't think is fair to this board. I don't think it's fair to these residents. And I don't think it's fair to staff.
Is it normal to have what would be in a policy actually in a resolution?
I would hope so.
But is it normal practice?
I would hope so.
But is it normal practice?
Is it normal that you have? Yes. When we had the resolution to appoint Adeline Hambley, the policy was in the resolution. If you want to pass a resolution that says staff cannot allocate resources to these activities, programs, events, content, or institutions, I think it is fair, only fair to staff, residents, and this board that you outline that ahead of time. Otherwise, it's an incomplete resolution.
Commissioner Bonema.
Thank you. I really like where Commissioner Cosby is going with this. I think we have an entire committee dedicated to planning and policy. I think it's a very noble endeavor and very important thing for us to be protecting our children's innocence. So I see where the heart of this is coming from. I agree with that. I believe most of us are all parents in this room. We want to protect our children. We want to, lewd behavior should not be permitted in public in front of our smallest children. It's inappropriate. That's what I believe. So I understand the heart of where this is coming from. But when we talk about what is good policy, how do we make good policy? Well, good policy is not vague. Good policy is complete. It's specific so that you know what it's addressing. That's how real change happens. Good policy is actionable. When things are vague, they become unactionable. They become left to be determined later, and that's not helpful to staff. If we're really trying to create change in the county, giving guidelines to those that need to follow the guidelines is what they need. So I think when we have a situation here where we want to create new policy or a resolution, and I've seen this trend a couple of times now, multiple times now, actually, where instead of it going into planning and policy and then having an opportunity for debate to take place and different ideas to be shared about it, we are not allowing for this exchange of ideas of how to make the policy better. And I'm about making great policy. So I think what we need to do going forward is making sure that we have that time, because when that time takes place, and we've always done that in Ottawa County, it starts, anything like this starts in a subcommittee, works its way up in time, which allows the public, and we value the people's voice on this, but allows the public to weigh in, which helps us as their elected representatives to represent their voices more effectively so that we can make informed decisions on how to vote to represent the will of the people that we represent. So I think when we look at this hit our agenda, and for half of us, we had never seen it before, on Friday night at 10 o'clock. It's a Saturday afternoon. Yeah, the actual language of it. It's like a Friday night surprise. It doesn't give us a chance to actually make the policy better, not specifically to this, but any policy. We give it some time to actually be debated a little bit, work with it, put specifics in, like what Commissioner Cosby is suggesting that we work towards, so that we can actually guide the county in a way that's actionable for them, that's clear and concise for them. So I would just ask the board chair and vice chair to let that process take place. Let's not rush it through over a weekend. Let's allow the public to weigh in. Let's listen, and then let's vote on things.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonema. Commissioner Miedema.
Thank you. I personally believe that the resolutions can set direction, and it's our promise to the people. And then I think more communication can take place. The policies could add more details later on, but I do think this would set the tone, and it would open up the channel of command with more communication between staff. And just sharing a little bit from my personal, I guess, background, I have personally enjoyed having the amazing opportunity to just teach hundreds of preschoolers for 21 years and being involved with them, both as a parent as well as a teacher. I believe is one of the highest roles, yet one that requires a ton of responsibility and duty. Kids have a simple, trusting faith. They have a great need of dependency on adults to care for them. They mimic, they copy us. These are things God has taught me through them that I take very seriously. And I think most of us know, but early exposure to sexualized material, actions, or events has devastating consequences in self-esteem, mental health, addictions, risky behavior, later relationships that often involve abuse by a partner, incarceration, and broken families. And there are things that all adults can do to work together to protect the innocence of kids and youth. And when we work together to protect their innocence, we can promote a healthy society for generations to come. So for me personally, I would love to have future discussions with staff of the county, as well as continued conversations amongst this board of commissioners on maybe more ideas that we can help to implement. So thanks for letting me share that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Ebel?
Passing this resolution is probably the first step. So the second step is creating the policies and procedures. And that we could give them a period of 90 days to work on the policy and procedures. And in the meantime, I would assume that department heads would be able to come together and work together as a team to develop the policies and procedures that need to be followed. That way we can get input from all of those leaders and give them an opportunity to be a part of the game and of the development of that policy and procedure. And we give them a time period, I'm just throwing out 90 days, then everybody knows they have 90 days to work on this. And whether we want to make it 30 days, 90 days, 45 days, I think that would give everybody an opportunity to speak and give their feedback on this. This is just the first step.
Commissioner Curran.
Thank you. I fully support Lucy's suggestion. I think that that is a fantastic way to go about moving forward. This is a very important first step. For many people have been victims of sexual abuse or have been sexualized. I do believe that this is incredibly important. We must protect our children, and we as a county should not be participating in activities that sexualize children. I firmly believe that. So I'm fully in support. Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Belknap.
I think we can all agree that few things in this world are as valuable as child's innocence and naivety. And I believe that that's why there's a market to be exploited, unfortunately. That's why so much money is made on exploiting the differences in people. Opportunists of all stripes, both political parties, cash in on the controversy of the culture clash. It's the last economic frontier to be manipulated. So with all of that said, I agree with Commissioner Rohde that we're seeing a slow normalization of adult-child sexual relationships. And these boundaries between adults and children that exist in nature are in place for a reason. When trust is breached, there is in fact harm to the child. So I think setting guidance for this organization is highly important, and what we've been asked to do as a board. This should be a mission statement, obviously, for where we're going. And I'm also in favor of providing guideline and policy to help us navigate, what does this mean? So I do appreciate Commissioner Zylestra's question and Commissioner Bergman's questions on what are we trying to define. I think that is responsible for us to do that. But for me, without hesitation, I'm ready to advocate on behalf of child innocence with more work to be done following.
Thank you. Any additional, Commissioner Curran?
Thank you. Lucy made a recommendation of putting together either 30, 45, or a 90-day timeframe to create this policy. Is that something that, we can vote on this evening to ensure that that moves forward?
Would seem like it would need to go to the planning policy chair and then have him probably help develop a timeline. I think our next meeting, I'm not exactly sure what our next meeting is, but it might be late July? No.
July 18th, I
July
believe.
18. So, I don't know if we want to set a limit or restriction on what it needs to be. Besides
That could be a starting point.
Make it a priority.
I would think that would be positive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Agree.
Commissioner Zylstra.
I guess I understand what you're trying to do there. I would still like to make a motion to table this for that 3-month period, come back with a full package resolution together with the policy.
We have a motion from Commissioner Zylstra to table this for 3 months. Is there support? Seeing none, is there any other discussion? Commissioner Rhodey?
Yes, I would just say I also support the development of policy around this. I don't think it was ever the intention to just have a resolution stand by itself with then staff unsure of where to go with it. And so I fully support, Lucy's idea, Commissioner Zouster's idea that we do work on policy to help give guidance. I think Administrator Gibbs can work with staff too, but I think clarity and discussion around what this means with staff is important, which is one reason why exact specifics are not in the resolution, to give opportunity for staff input as policy is created.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I see what you're saying, Commissioner Rhodey. Again, what I don't want is that staff to be in a no person zone, right? Where they can't, they don't have a full policy in front of them, but they have a resolution that says this. There's differing opinions about what, this all means. And I think you're laying a trap for staff that I don't think we need to do.
Does anybody else have any comments on Commissioner Bonema?
Yeah, I just want to continue to advocate for clear and actionable policy. And I'm in support of this. I'll be voting for this. But as we move forward, I think it's important that we put this process through planning and policy so that we can actually have this discussion and be a fruitful discussion, that it's clear and actionable.
Agreed. Anybody, Commissioner Kern?
Can we make a motion to maybe have a planning and policy committee that's not 3 months away, and we can kind of move up the timeline to ensure that we put this policy together?
Oh, it's not 3 months away.
Oh,
It's
July. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
Yeah.
close. It just got pushed back a couple weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody said 3
July
months.
4th, July
So,
6th.
like, yeah. I
Yep.
think it was Doug. It was you, Doug. You said 3 months.
No, it was Commissioner Evil. I guess I appreciate that. I guess my point is that I want to make sure that if there is a policy that's generated, it's thoughtful. It may take the full 3 months that Commissioner Evil has talked about, and that's where that 3 months comes from, which I don't think is unfair. I guess I'm just going to say the same thing. I think you got a 3 months limbo, so I'll be voting no.
Any Commissioner Cosby?
I'm curious why we feel like this is some sort of trap that we're laying and or limbo. I mean, there's no policy in place, so there shouldn't be any action for or against a staff member.
Okay. Well,
So we need the policy in order to do that. And if the staff is included, that's the education piece for them as well. They own it.
may I respond? Sure. I'm just going to read again, the second to the last paragraph. Be it further resolved, no county staff or resources shall be allocated. Shall be allocated is policy. It's prescriptive. It's telling staff they cannot do this, but we're not giving them firm guidelines.
Commissioner Rhodey?
I hear what you're saying. I think that there's obviously going to be an in-between time here. And I think in this in-between time, it's a time for conversation. And so this was not written as a trap, kind of regardless of what Holland Sentinel might write. This was not written to be a trap. This was written as a resolution for our county to follow. And we will work on absolutely turning it into policy, but we can have discussion about it in the meantime.
If I can respond, I don't think the House has written an article about this yet, number one. And number two, I think we just got to give staff grace then for these 3 months. If we can agree that there is no firm policy, and we're recognizing that we're not giving firm policy, that we're putting a large vision statement out there, and we're going to give staff grace during that period. I think that that's somewhat fair. Again, I'm still voting no, but I appreciate what you say.
Call the question.
All right, we will go to the clerk.
Sir, Mr. Belknap.
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
No.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
No.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes,
And the motion passes.
thank you. We will move to 9B. Can I please get a suggested motion for 9B?
So moved.
Support. So there's a suggested motion, I'm going to read it, to approve a resolution to withdraw the city of Hastings from the Grand Valley Metro Council at the request of the city of Hastings. Motioned by Commissioner Curran and with support. Is there any discussion on this item or any other additional details we should know? Pretty straightforward. Commissioner Zylstra.
Yeah, I mean, I assume it's straightforward, just kind of, just a little bit of background as why they're laying out.
Sure. Al Terpstra, Commissioner Terpstra and myself were at the most recent Grand Valley Metro Council meeting. And the city of Hastings has requested to withdraw from the Grand Valley Metro Council. They did not give the reasons why they wanted to withdraw, but we were told, every single member in attendance was told, that we need to go back to our local governing bodies and get this passed in order to effectuate that. So that's basically what this is. East Grand Rapids has already passed this. And I think Grand Rapids also has already passed this. So it's just a kind of a procedural thing that they requested that we do. There's no modifications at all from what I received from them. So it's just pretty much verbatim.
Thank you, Administrator Gibbs. Any additional questions? Okay. All in favor of approving this resolution, please say aye.
Aye. Mr. Chair, because it's a resolution, I think the way that we have to write the resolution is to put all of the names of the yays and nays in it, and that's why we do the roll call resolution.
Let's go to the clerk.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 9C, resolution to censure Commissioner Jacob Bonema for abuse of power. I'm going to go to Commissioner Cosby for a motion on this one.
I would like to motion to approve a resolution to censure Jacob Bonema, Commissioner Jacob Bonema.
We have a motion. Is there support?
Second.
We have a motion and support. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Cosby to read this one.
Right. Whereas the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners Board has statutory authority to act as a board with statutory oversight of the county administrator, and whereas the board does not support abuses of power or baseless defamatory accusations, and whereas on March 14th, 2023, Commissioner Bonema approached Administrator John Gibbs before a board meeting and chose to initiate a confrontation with him directly in front of the press. And whereas Commissioner Bonema leaned down near the administrator's face, where Gibbs was seated, and demanded the administrator answer his question. And the incident was witnessed by fellow commissioners, with Commissioner Cosby telling Commissioner Bonema to take a seat and stop making a scene. And papers part here. Whereas on March 21st, 2023, Commissioner Bonema sent an email to Marcy Verbeek, Director of Human Resources. In the email, he highlighted the exchange he initiated with Administrator Gibbs in front of the press at the board meeting. At the end of the email, Bonema requested an HR investigation into Mr. Gibbs for the claim of harassment, threats, intimidation, insubordination, and indecent conduct. And whereas the email constituted a defamatory accusation against Mr. Gibbs and kicked off a harassment investigation with a third-party law firm at taxpayer expense. And whereas Commissioner Bonema's complaint
email, and information about the investigation was leaked to the press, evidenced by local newspapers' precise FOIA request to obtain the information, and the subsequent articles were published, which served to erode public trust in Administrator Gibbs and Ottawa County. And whereas on June 7th, 2023, Marcy Brubaker shared the results of the investigation. After a thorough investigation, it was determined that the claim was unfounded and that the charges raised not sustained. The evidence gathered during the investigation did not substantiate the claim of harassment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners formally censures Commissioner Jacob Bonema for abuse of power exhibited in his unfounded claim against Administrator Gibbs. And be it further resolved that the board requests Commissioner Bonema be removed from Ottawa County Commissioners Standing Committees for the remainder of 2023.
Thank you.
And I would like to read a statement if I could.
Okay, please continue.
So Chairman Moss, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective and thank my constituents that took the time to email with questions and concerns regarding tonight's resolution involving Commissioner Bonema. My hope is that this statement will answer questions and provide additional facts and clarity about the resolution in front of us. On March 14th, before the Board of Commissioners meeting, Jacob's loud voice captured my attention. He was demanding that John answer a question that the county commissioners already knew the answer to. I overheard Jacob say, "You report to me, John, and I have a right to know where Mr. Kelly's application is." I interrupted the confrontation, and I asked Jacob to go back to his seat. I told him to stop making a scene and stated, "We don't need more bad press." As he walked back to his chair, Jacob asked me multiple times if I heard what John had said to him. I did. John's response was appropriate and controlled, considering how close Jacob's face was to John's face. Here are the questions that I have been asking myself. Why was Jacob so close? Why was Jacob leaning on John's desk? Why were the cameras ready across from the confrontation and our meeting hadn't even started yet? I saw the complaint Jacob filed with Ottawa County HR during our GOP Executive Committee meeting just a week ago. This was the first time I saw the complaint, and I wondered why I wasn't included. I witnessed the confrontation. He asked questions of me during the confrontation, and I do believe that I stopped the situation from escalating. Perhaps if I had been included, the record would be corrected before we took actions, and maybe we wouldn't be here today. Subsequently, the county did hire an attorney. I was interviewed as well as others, and Jacob's allegations and complaint were deemed unfounded. Now, that complaint was deemed unfounded. The county is out a sizable amount of money for an investigation that should have really been handled internally at a low cost and with less press fanfare. Jacob's actions left our community confused about what happened and what is happening tonight because they don't know all the facts of the event. So who did this event serve? Where does John Gibbs get his reputation back? Should the board not recognize the false allegations and the cost to the community? Will the distractions and disruption end here? In February of this year, Jacob said to me, "We need a win. We need good press." Naively, I responded, "Do good things and you will get good press." Was this event good press? With the additional context provided in my statement, I believe the Board of Commissioners should hold Commissioner Bonema responsible for the lost cost, lost time, and lost reputation of the county and our county administrator, John Gibbs, for filing an inappropriate action against Mr. Gibbs. My vote tonight will be for censure. This decision was made with much deliberation and a heavy heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cosby. Commissioner Bonema.
Thank you. There's a lot that's been said about this that absolutely, before I read my statement, could have been handled had we had an opportunity to meet. I 100% agree. I think public comment has even said that We need to be communicating more. We need to meet with each other. We need to agree to meet with each other. I am for that. I've continued to be for that. That's how we regain trust with one another. That needs to happen. I've made that public, that statement public multiple times, and I've made it privately multiple times. I'm open to that. I believe in going to one another. Administrator Gibbs, I believe in meeting together and speaking about differences of what's going on here. I'm going to read my statement now, but I want that to be clear. I really would like to see communication improved. Thank you for the opportunity to address the claims in this resolution to censure and remove my voice and representation of more than 28,000 Ottawa County citizens and employers of District 4. I'm serving in this office and speaking as an accused public servant in order to keep my promise of being open and transparent elected leader and to promote what good governance should look like. I serve no master but God above and the citizens of Ottawa County, and it is the latter who deserve to hear my answers to these accusations. I think it's important to address the primary claim upon which Commissioner Moss is recommending my censure, specifically that I, in quotes, abused power. First and foremost, in order to abuse power, it requires one to actually have power. If anyone has been paying attention, we all know on this commission that is not true. I have been placed squarely into the minority with the other conservative Republicans and independents on the commission. The situation that led to this began at our February 28 Board of Commissioners meeting when I requested publicly during the business report from Administrator Gibbs for an update on the status of Nathaniel Kelly's application to be the next Ottawa County Health Director. Chairman Moss abruptly interrupted Administrator Gibbs, which prevented him from answering the question. Administrator Gibbs offered to discuss it after the meeting, which I did, to which Gibbs responded that he did not know the answer to the question, but he would get back to me. 2 days later, after not receiving a follow-up response, I sent Mr. Gibbs a text to request an update. Again, no response. I sent a third request on March 3rd. None of my attempts were successful in garnering a response, nor was Commissioner Curran's email to Gibbs on March 2nd. Separately, Commissioner Curran attempted to meet with Gibbs in person on the subject and was told that he is not available. After not receiving a response to any of our attempts, in person or otherwise, I followed up on March 14 with Administrator Gibbs before the meeting as we were all waiting for the board meeting to begin. I approached Mr. Gibbs and asked again, in person, as I had before on February 28, for an update on the Nathaniel Kelly application. Gibbs did not even turn to acknowledge my standing near him. So I asked again by saying, I'm asking you now so that I don't have to be forced to ask you in public again. Mr. Gibbs responded that he was holding the application until the Hambly issue was resolved. I responded that going forward, please respond to our questions in a timely manner so that we don't have to keep asking the questions. This is when Mr. Gibbs spoke loud enough to catch the attention of a reporter who was just arriving to the meeting, and he said, "Get out of my face, dude." I was shocked and insulted to be spoken to like this after being patient for weeks to receive an answer to a question that Mr. Gibbs agreed to provide. I reminded Mr. Gibbs that our role as commissioners is to provide oversight over his position and to work with him on exactly these kinds of matters. To this, he responded again loudly, "Get out of my face." Mr. Gibbs said this so loudly that the reporter who was standing feet away heard him. I do not control Gibbs' temper. And if I was trying to, in quotes, set Gibbs up to create a scene in front of the media, as some OI commissioners have claimed, I did a terrible job because none of them were set up to record it. The fact of the matter is that I was just being persistent to get an answer to a question that was agreed to be provided to this committee and attempting to address a second issue regarding the lack of timely communication. I would ask any business owner, how many weeks do you think it is appropriate for someone who works for you to ignore an email? If you work with a service provider, how long should it take to get a response to a question? In no way is my asking questions or providing oversight of Mr. Gibbs and, in quotes, abuse of power. I clearly stated in my complaint to HR that I was concerned that if Mr. Gibbs was willing to talk to commissioners this way, then he is likely to speak to the employees and citizens this way. My motive for filing this complaint was to protect others on county staff, folks who have already voiced concern for their positions, from experiencing the side of Gibbs that I, Commissioner Kern, and others have experienced. It is an issue and it needs to be addressed. Just because the investigation of the claim determined that it doesn't meet the criteria for an actionable HR violation doesn't mean that the claim wasn't worthy of an investigation. Finally, censuring me from all 5 of the county standing committees is not a solution. In fact, it exasperates the problem of leadership. Censure highlights the fact that this commission's leadership style is to increase division and segmentation. I've spoken with so many of our fellow municipal leaders and elected officials of these new processes, and they are astounded by how poorly the Ottawa County Commission is working today. I've offered real solutions to these issues, to meet face to face, both publicly and privately, to work things out, but neither the chairman nor the vice chair have been willing. My goals for this office have always been to represent the people of Ottawa County to the best of my ability. From the beginning, I have been on board with the mission, vision, and values of the contract with Ottawa. This document clearly states that we were elected to, in quotes, prioritize liberty and the people above all else while serving the needs of the community. We were elected to be fearless, and yet fear of debate, dissent, and due process lead the county's leadership today. This resolution of censure, which Chairman Moss has placed before the commission, violates this vow for liberty and nearly every part of the contract with Ottawa. It is absolute tyranny and government overreach. It is an abuse of power of the majority. It governs with the maximum force. It ignores due process. It encourages inequity and dishonors people's voices. And it ignores common sense. At the same time, Chairman Moss seeks to disenfranchise the people who elected me to this commission. He rejects the votes and voices of Zeeland Township, and Holland Township. Since being sworn in, leadership have shown that they neither prioritize individual liberty or support the voice of the community. They only serve one voice, their own. Conversely, it has been my goal to work together to foster open and honest, transparent communication between all 11 commissioners and the administrator. I would ask my colleagues to vote against this censure as it is a direct retaliation for an action that is protected under the Michigan Whistleblower Act, which guarantees that, quote, no employee will be subject to any form of retaliation or disciplinary action for making or pursuing a complaint of harassment made in good faith. Read the resolution. It is clearly retaliation. Furthermore, it is a rebuke of transparency and acceptance of a false narrative against me. Every vote I've taken has been representative of my community. That said, every action I've taken and every action taken against me, I will wear as a badge of honor. I'm asking all people of Ottawa County, but most importantly, those who value individual liberty and freedom of thought, to reject this unprecedented overreach and abuse of power. Please vote no on this censure. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonema. Anybody else have any comments? Commissioner Terpstra.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a small comment, just that we're not in DC, we're not in Lansing. We're in Ottawa County. I think that we all live in the same community. We should be able to come together and just get along, go into a conference room, 2 people, and figure this out. But unfortunately, we're doing it here. So that's all I have to say.
Couldn't agree more. Commissioner Curran.
I just want to echo Kyle's sentiment. I believe that in any situation, there are usually it's a plate. And when the plate is broken, there are 2 sides. And usually there's validity on both sides of those there's validity on both sides of the aisle or of that plate. I really, David Morin, when he spoke this evening, his words really resonated in my heart. And I know that all of us here on the board, for the most part, profess to be Christians and to follow our faith. And to me, it would make more sense if we were to table this for a couple of weeks and you guys get together and try to sort this out. Because it seems to me like it's just continuing to escalate, and it is unfortunate and unnecessary when all we need to do is soften our hearts and all come to the table and take responsibility for our own actions.
Any additional comments? Commissioner Bergman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So last year we had this rule on the rules committee that we passed probably 3 or 4 years ago that allowed for censure. That rule was done away with on January 3rd. So I don't believe that we have the ability tonight to censure a commissioner. And I don't know how this is even before us when this rule has been done away with. Where do we have the authority? Who gives us the authority?
Well, I'll answer that question directly.
Okay.
Although I think there was at least one other commissioner who had something specific to say on that.
I'd rather you finish the question.
Yeah, the authority is actually quite simple. We act as a board. Anywhere in our board rules that are not spelled out, default to Robert's rules. A censure can be brought under Robert's rules at any time. The board is under full authority, if it so chooses, to censure a member for behavior that the board believes was inappropriate.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Zylstra.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I personally believe that there's a lot wrong with this resolution. I think Commissioner Terpstra and Commissioner Curran kind of talked about the basics, right? That we should be talking to each other, resolving our issues, not escalating our issues. There was a lot that Jacob said there. And I appreciate a lot that he did say, because, we're an 11-member board. We share power equally. And that for me has been an issue. I think, for a lot of reasons, it's been an issue. And I agree with Commissioner Bonema that this is an abuse of power, and more than that, an abuse of common sense, right? We should just sit down and figure this stuff out without going to this level. Having said that, over the last 4 days, today, what I've heard from Holland Township, City of Zeeland residents, and Zeeland Township residents is that they will not have a voice on committees. And we know that our board rules are structured so that the work of this board, the strength of this board, the power of this board comes from committees. I'd like to make a motion to remove the last paragraph that reads, "Be it further resolved, the board requests Commissioner Bonema be removed from Ottawa County Board of Commissioners standing committees for the remainder of 2023.
I'll second that.
We have a motion.
I'll second that.
From Commissioner Zylstra with support from Commissioner Bergman to strike the last paragraph of this resolution. So let's begin discussion on on
And
that.
if I can
I'll
open
go back-
discussion, I
right
would
back to
appreciate that,
Commissioner
Mr.
Zalstra.
Chair. Like I said, there's a lot here that I disagree with. The Ottawa County Republican Party, which I am not a part of, has decided to censure Commissioner Bonema and has given him a punishment. I'm not sure what it was. I disagree that we are censuring. The punishment that we are imposing goes far, far beyond what Commissioner Cosby has spoken about as the damage that, and I respect her opinion. I respect, your ability to, your right to see the events the way you see them. But even granting all that, the punishment that you're inflicting on Commissioner Bonema, on the residents of District 4, disenfranchising them for a period of 6 months when we have a budget coming up, the first budget that we as a body will have worked on, I think is vastly inordinate to any perceived damage that's presented in this resolution.
Any additional comments on striking this, or any Commissioner Belknap?
I guess from my perspective, the facts of what I know, a claim of harassment was made against Administrator Gibbs by Commissioner Bonema. Evidence was gathered and investigated by the county's Labor Council. News stories were published ahead of the investigation's conclusive report. The result of the investigation found no evidence of harassment per correspondence on June 7th from the county's Human Resources Director. So those are the facts that I've heard, and my thoughts are this. I believe the news articles were intended to harm Administrator Gibbs. And I agree that these issues could be addressed in closed door meetings and conversation. However, at this point, we've kind of moved past that, and now we're in a situation where we have an individual who's had his reputation tarnished in media, and we have a report that found no ill will on his behalf, or I should say he was not found guilty of harassment for this. So I do think that there's been a lot of conversation about Commissioner Bonema being the victim in this situation, but I don't necessarily espouse or agree to that synopsis. Because I do believe that because of the unfounded conclusion of the report, that an apology should be in order to Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Commissioner Belknap. Lucy, or Commissioner Ebel, I'm wondering if I could add a couple comments. Just to try to help add some more detail to the situation. So I agree, typically, like, you don't want to escalate situations. And so if you could just sit down and figure things out, the proper time for that would have been 3 months ago when this occurred. But instead of that process, we had a process which looked like to me, looked like a targeted HR complaint in an attempt to get someone fired. Additional information I think is helpful is these types of complaints that were kind of in a unique situation. The labor attorney who did this investigation outside counsel had never seen this before. And they do hundreds of these a year. I learned additional information about how these complaints typically work, which I didn't know before. I thought it was interesting. Typically, in a situation where there is a complaint, you have a supervisor with an employee who is overseen by them, right? So let's say you have a department head who oversees someone working in their department. typically in these types of complaint situations, the person who is working under a department head or such will go to HR with a complaint. The person they're complaining about typically never knows. These investigations and complaints are done privately by policy. It's policy to keep those types of complaints confidential. And part of the reason for that is to allow people the freedom to be able to make complaints when they feel there's an issue. And if an investigation is done and it comes back unfounded or baseless, that's it. It's done. Supervisor, the department head, whoever it is, they never even know. If it comes back and there's an issue, then HR would obviously address the issue. So this is not the situation that we have. This complaint was made with multiple people copied onto the email. It was not handled at the board level. The board is the entity, the group that oversees the county administrator. The group that holds that person accountable for their contract, their behavior, etc. We do have a unique situation here that is quite different from the norm, a singularity, according to our labor council. And so just wanted to add those additional details to help help people understand what's going on. We'll go to Commissioner Ebel.
I just wanted clarification on the paragraph that someone, I think it's,
Commissioner Zylstra.
okay, Commissioner Zylstra wants to eliminate. Is that the one that says now therefore be it resolved?
No, Commissioner Eva would be the
Okay, which
last,
one is
it
it?
would be the last one that says, be it further resolved, the board requests Commissioner Bonham would be removed from Ottawa County Board of Commissioners standing committees for the remainder of 2023. I made that motion because, once again, I think the punishment far exceeds. And even given all the information we received, obviously people see information differently. Given all the information, I made that motion because the punishment far exceeds both for Commissioner Bonema and for residents of District 4.
I need some clarification. It says standing committees, but it doesn't say all standing committees. It just says standing committees. I don't know whether that
I'm
means
assuming
all.
that they're all, unless there's clarification on that.
Seeing as the chair makes a final determination on committees, I'd welcome input from the board. Commission.
Can I finish?
Commissioner Ebel.
So my recommendation is if this resolution does pass, I would ask the board not to remove him from all of the standing committees.
Are you asking to amend my motion?
I'm just making a statement. I don't know. I
Sure.
probably have for discussion right
Sure.
now.
Currently, the motion is to take out the entire paragraph. So there'd be no removal from any committee. If you'd like to amend that, you're very welcome to do that.
So I want to amend your motion and say that leave it up to the chair to make that decision, that I don't want him to be
Well,
removed from all of
So
them.
that actually is the current status.
To remove him from all?
No, you wouldn't have to make a motion
Okay.
to amend the motion at this point.
That's what I thought.
The chair would like to hear any board member's input, and I would, take it into consideration and
So then I take my
not
motion
remove.
back because I didn't think I needed to make a motion. Okay.
Okay, motion withdrawn. Commissioner Rhodey.
Okay, so before we would entertain that, I just wanted to share my thoughts. I also take no joy in this resolution. I was Saddened to see Commissioner Bonema choose to initiate the incident and then subsequently place Administrator Gibbs in a defamatory situation of a public HR investigation where he must defend his character and his job. I do believe that that would have been the time for those closed door conversations to have happened instead of all that has transpired. Commissioner Bonema's actions were unjust and came at an expense to the taxpayers, both requiring a legal investigation as well as at the expense of eroding public trust in Administrator Gibbs and the county, and for an accusation without merit. Voting yes on this resolution, the original resolution, is an appropriate act of justice on behalf of Administrator Gibbs as well as for Ottawa County. Commissioner Bonema would continue to represent his district with full voting rights at full Board of Commissioner meetings and still have full opportunity to receive information from all standing advisory committees through packets and observing the committee meetings. I recommend removing Commissioner Bonema from some, but not all standing committees, but recognize that decision is with the chair per the board rules, which refer to Robert's rules on issues where the board rules are silent. Partial removal from standing committees would provide a disciplinary action while continuing representation consistent with prior years. Historically, going back to at least 2017, commissioners have been provided seats on 2 of the 4 standing committees. When the 5th standing committee, the Rules Committee, was created in 2021, 5 of the commissioners also served on it. So for some commissioners, then they were serving on 3 out of 5 standing committees. Presently, during this term, Commissioner Terpstra serves on 2 standing committees, as does Commissioner Bergman. Reducing Commissioner Bonema's standing committee assignments for the remainder of 2023 would be consistent with the historical representation of District 4 under prior Commissioner Dannenberg. It would also be consistent with the current representation of Commissioners Terpstra and Bergman. Again, this saddens me that this even needs to occur and that prior to and even today, there has not been a public apology from Commissioner Bonema to Administrator Gibbs. Abuse of power by an individual elected commissioner against an appointed employee of the full Board of Commissioners cannot remain unchecked. And so I will vote in support of this resolution.
Commissioner Zylstra.
I just want to make sure that we're directing our comment toward the motion and not toward the resolution. I assume most of the comment that you made, Commissioner Rudy, was directed in part towards the.
Commissioner Zylstra, I'm allowing a little extra leeway in this agenda item so people can speak their minds. Thank you.
Okay, may I speak?
Yes, please.
Okay. I just want to address a couple of issues. And I totally understand what you say, Commissioner Rudy, with the fact that some members have not chosen to be on all 5 committees. Commissioner Bonema has. So it's not like, oh, there's one commissioner who has 2 and that's the standard. The standard is all 5. And if a commissioner chooses not to, they have time or, family issues that don't permit that, that's a choice. I understand that the board rules say that the commissioner, that the chair appoints to committees. I don't see anything about the board rules that the chairman can unappoint.
That's a very well-known and obvious Roberts rule. The chair that appoints also removes. Also, the standard is not 5. There's not a specific standard. That was an offer that was extended to all commissioners at the beginning of the year to pick what committees they wanted to be on, which was a completely different from the norm where typically commissioners were allowed to be on only 2. That was very specifically done to try to maximize representation for all districts of the county, including the one that you serve.
And I've told you many times, I appreciate that. And back in December, and I think a couple of times into January, I definitely appreciate that. However, removing someone is a different story altogether.
Yes. Commissioner Medema.
Thank you. Just want to read a little bit of what I prepared. So I also take no joy in this part of our agenda this evening. Some have said that this measure has never been taken up before. I'm thankful that it's been the case because quite frankly, I've been saddened, frustrated, and somewhat angry to even need to have this resolution taken up in the first place. It saddened me to see an employee, in this instance, Administrator Gibbs, unfairly treated by Commissioner Bonema. There are a set of protocols for employees and ones for elected officials. The proper process was not followed by Commissioner Bonema, as was stated in the resolution. And as a result, and to oversimplify it, it did cost the taxpayers of Ottawa County and the reputation of Administrator Gibbs, and the county was slandered. And it saddened me more to see that once an investigation took place and was determined to be unfounded, that there was not a desire from Commissioner Bonema to make things right. Instead, divisive and untrue words continued to come from Commissioner Bonema to plant seeds of distrust of Administrator Gibbs, such as on last week's Talk of the Town. In addressing some concerns, Commissioner Bonema will continue to be able to represent District 4, either having full voting privileges during the Board of Commissioner meetings, getting all the information that goes into the packets. However, during this discussion, I know that there's a motion already made, but for the case of discussion going further, I would recommend removing Commissioner Bonema from not all, but either 1 or 2 subcommittees for the remainder of 2023, or as simply as Vice Chair of Finance and Administration, which I realize could not be done this evening, would take place there if that's the way that this board chooses to go. Again, tonight's resolution concerning this matter, it's not something that gives me any joy, and it's quite the contrary. But I do think it's an appropriate response on behalf of Administrator Gibbs as well as the County of Ottawa. Those are just a few of my thoughts. There's a lot more as I'm mulling over, but those are some of the things I'd like to share at the moment.
Commissioner Bonema.
I would just like to respond to a couple things. It's well known because I've made it public during my comments that communication has been blocked on this board. Multiple commissioners have struggled getting answers to questions out of this administration. We're going into budget season. I've said to people, that's what we need to be focused on. We've got a $250 million budget that's due by the end of August. We have to have good, open, honest communication to be able to trust one another as what is going on. It's just part of the process. I'm a solutions person. I've made my issue well known to this board that we need to meet. We need to talk even about this. Even as recently as yesterday, there was negotiations trying to get the administrator and the chairman to come to the table to meet with me, to talk with me, to try to resolve this. Because if we're going to solve this, we're going to solve this together. Not, like this. This just divides further. So I know you had conversations with other commissioners about this yesterday. So I am saying going forward, I want people at the table to have a conversation. I want to work well with one another. That's how we accomplish things for the community. I'm a reasonable person that wants that, but we can't go weeks without answers. That's unacceptable.
Commissioner Rhodey.
For the record, I've received no contact from you about this situation with Administrator Gibbs ever.
Commissioner Medema.
Just out of response, to me, it's a good talk is what I hear, but I want to see actions. I want to see effort being made from, it takes two, to be an encourager versus stirring up turmoil. Those are just some things that just reflecting on.
Commissioner Curran.
So I couldn't agree more with Allison. It does take two. And what I've seen is there are definitely some communication gaps on our board. And I think that is part of what caused all of this. And I think that, like I said, I mean, I think that we should all try to come together and walk out our faith and do the things that we say and that we believe in. I think that there needs to be some softening of hearts on both sides of the fence because there are communication issues and it does take two, and it's not all one person's fault. And it's not all your fault and it's not all their fault, but we have to come together and work together on this. And if there is not open lines of communication and we continue to escalate, we're going to continue to have more problems. And if we need to get some help to move forward, then we should do that. Boards, I mean, I've worked in fundraising for many, many years, and board conflict, we are not the first board to have conflict. I can tell you that. It's not unique. It's very commonplace that boards have conflicts.
The issue at hand is not about board conflict. It's about a frivolous investigation submitted against an employee.
This started out due to a lack of communication. So it's not just a frivolous complaint that was not founded.
Commissioner Cosby, you had some additional thoughts.
And I agree where we need to have more internal communication, definitely. So I do have a question, again, in the complaint that was filed with HR. I witnessed the event. I was included in the conversation with Mr. Bonema, yet I was left out of the complaint because I do think that would have been resolved had we actually been able to have that communication, had my perspective on record as well, before we went to a third-party attorney.
Can I respond to that?
Thank you. Go ahead.
It's my right as an employee of the county, if I can't get communication going with that employee, to seek redress through the HR department. It is not my decision whether or not the information that I provide to HR actually turns into an investigation. They review all the texts, they review all the emails, they review the reporters reporting on the situation. They look at all of the evidence and then they decide whether there's an investigation or not.
That's actually not accurate to my knowledge, especially in this case. HR did not perform the investigation.
No,
they did not review the texts. They did not review the emails. They kicked this to outside counsel and they did the investigation.
I know for a fact that the HR director reviewed all of the evidence and then turned it over to someone else to look at it and see where it goes from there, to advise where to go from there.
Joe. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Cosby.
But you did not address my question. Why was I not included in the complaint?
My complaint was never against you, Gretchen.
I was a witness to the event. You and I had a discussion about what
And I had a
happened.
discussion.
We did. I asked you to go back to your seat. You
Okay.
asked me, you told
That's a
me
discussion these days?
that,
Okay.
well, go back. to
I'm
your
sorry.
seat.
I'm sorry to
Let
exclude you.
us.
No,
You
that's not.
asked me if I heard what John said. You asked that of me
Yes.
multiple times.
Yeah, because it was
So why
startling.
would I not be included in your complaint?
I didn't think to add you. If it ever happens again, I'll try not to leave you out. To have solutions, we need to meet. We need to talk. That's what this is about. If we're going to actually solve a problem moving forward, it made me sad earlier when we had some people talk, and they talked about how I speak to the other side, and people would gasp. That Mac came to my house and had pancakes with my wife, and they gasp, "Oh my goodness!" You know who was really good?
Call the question.
You know who's really good at speaking to create good policy, to bringing people together, to resolving conflict? Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill. I admire that. I think we can get together. If I can speak with Mac about something, I can speak with John Gibbs about something. And that's what I'm asking for. An opportunity to come to the table together. I continue to ask that. It's continued to be opened.
There's been an investigation for the past 3 months. So my guess is that wouldn't have happened during the investigation very easily. And to my knowledge, that request was not made during the last 3 months.
Mr. Chairman, I called the question.
All right, we have a motion to strike the last paragraph of this resolution so that it would strike, be it further resolved, the board requests Commissioner Bonham be removed from Ottawa County Board of Commissioners standing committees for the remainder of 2023. Will the clerk please, do we have any questions before the clerk calls the roll?
Point of clarification. So you're able as the chair to determine if that's all committees or one committee?
Correct.
Is that correct?
If correct. Commissioner Rhodey.
Point of clarification, is that true under what's being proposed, or is that true with the original resolution as written?
It's true either way. This is a request. This would be a request from the board. This is just part of the resolution. Commissioner Miedema.
Point of information. So this vote that will take place is simply deleting, we're voting if we want that last, be it further resolved, removed. And then depending on how that goes, let's say it got turned down, then it would go back to the previous motion about the whole.
We will go back to the main motion, which is whether or not to pass the resolution or any other amendments that are desired.
Yeah.
So the motion on the floor here is to strike the last paragraph. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
No.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
and Mr. Moss.
No.
Motion passes, or excuse me,
Motion failed.
the motion fails.
Motion fails. So with that, we're going to go back to discussion on the main motion, which is to whether or not to approve this resolution. Are there any other additional comments? Commissioner Ebel.
Yes, looking at that last paragraph. Where it says, be it further resolved, the board requests Commissioner Bonema be removed from Ottawa County Board of Commissioners standing committees for the remainder of 2023. Just a clarification as when will that decision be made as far as how many he will be removed from or how many he would stay? Is that a decision that's going to be made by the next meeting, or is there a time frame? I guess I'm just wondering.
I've heard some feedback from board members tonight. Based on what I've heard so far, the chair would leave him on 3 committees.
Thank you.
Additional comments? Commissioner Cosby.
Just to clarify a statement that was made by Chairman, I'm sorry, not Chairman, Commissioner Bonema. I was a witness to the event, so therefore I should have been included in your complaint. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Zylstra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of clarification, what are the 3 committees that Commissioner Bonham will remain on, just for District 4 residents?
Well, the motion, the resolution hasn't even passed. I'm happy to answer.
No, I mean,
what my opinion
I
is.
think that's information that the board would like to have.
Well, if this were to pass, then my intention would be to leave Commissioner Bonham on planning and policy, talent and recruitment, and board rules. Happy to hear other input.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bonema.
I'm really proud of my service to Ottawa County in bringing solutions to problems like we had with the fire foam trailers fighting chemical fires. So that happens on finance. And I would request to remain on finance. That's where I'm strong. That's where I can help people of Ottawa County make sure that their dollars are being used in the highest and best possible way. So I would just appeal for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take that into consideration. Is there any other additional comment? Questions?
Just one comment. I tend to agree with Commissioner Zylstra that all of the committees that Commissioner Bonema serves on, if he was removed from them, that would be harsh.
Agreed. Any other comments? Commissioner Miedema.
Just for a discussion, another option to be removed as just the vice chair of finance and administration versus either one of the standing committees. I am not opposed to having discussion on removing from one or two committees, but also entertain discussion on simply removing as vice chair of finance and administration.
Commissioner Meadam, are you making a motion?
I don't believe.
Asking for discussion at the moment.
Oh, I know we can have
Can I-
discussion
can
without
I
a
not?
motion.
Okay.
Discussion, feel free to add discussion. So your discussion point would be you're mentioning that you would be supportive of removing Commissioner Bonema as the vice chair of finance.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ebel.
I echo Commissioner Miedema's request because I think that Commissioner Bonema is very strong in finance, and I agree with her that maybe remove him as vice chair, but continue to stay on the committee.
Commissioner Curran.
I would support that as well.
I don't know if
Commissioner
there's a
Zylstra.
formal motion yet, but I'd like to make a formal motion that the punishment being applied to Commissioner Bonema be only that he is removed as vice chair of finance. And I think that would just have to be amended, that last paragraph to read that way.
So I don't know if the board, let me say it this way, I don't think the board can remove the committee's vice chair. The committee would have to do that.
Okay, well, as long as we get that written in there, that that is the only punishment, potential punishment allowable. And if the finance committee decides to go with that, that's great. If it doesn't, then there's no punishment applied.
It sounds like no punishment applied, right?
I think removing as vice chair's punishment. Is that a suitable encapsulation of your idea, Commissioner Miedema?
I guess I'm wondering can a decision be made tonight on that or not? If we make that motion to change that, can the decision be made tonight or would it end up at finance and admin?
It'd end at finance, yeah. So I guess at this point, I'd like to add my comments.
I did have a motion on the
Oh,
floor.
we have a motion on the floor to
restrict the punishment to potential removal from as vice chair, depending on the actions of the finance committee. That is the motion.
I would support that motion.
Right.
potential.
Can I just have a discussion on that?
We will definitely, we'll go to discussion, but let me try to get the motion. Would be to update the final paragraph. To read, be it further resolved, the board requests Commissioner Bonema
be potentially removed as vice chair of the finance committee, depending on the disposition of the finance committee itself. Is that Commissioner Miedema, does that sound what you were talking about? I want to make sure that we're on the same
But I'm
page.
not ready for that. I'm still processing that.
Okay, there is a section. So
I'm trying to get the motion down, so the motion is to update the final paragraph to read, be it further resolved, the board requests Commissioner Bonema be potentially removed from the finance committee, depending on the disposition of.
No, as vice chair of the finance committee.
Sorry,
Not from the
from
finance
the-
committee as vice chair.
Potentially be removed as.
As vice chair.
Vice chair of the finance committee, depending on the disposition of the finance.
Correct.
Committee.
That is
the
Commissioner
motion.
Belknap, is that what you're seconding? That,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
We have a motion and support. We'll go to Commissioner Miedema.
I have a question. If we changed that motion to be removed from finance and administration, could we then, without a new resolution being drafted, later add him back to finance and administration at your direction as chair?
Yes.
So what I'm saying with that is we could vote on this resolution.
But there's the potential, so it doesn't even have to happen. There's a potentiality that, and we can schedule a vote on finance for that potential removal.
The motion is to update the final paragraph to read, be it further resolved that the board requests Commissioner Bonema be potentially removed as vice chair of the finance committee, depending on the disposition of the finance committee.
Yes, exactly, and that was the second.
Commissioner Miedema.
I would make a friendly amendment that Commissioner Bonema would be removed from finance administration. And then you
Does Commissioner Zylstra accept that friendly
No,
amendment?
no, I think the motion is simply as vice chair of committee, and I think that's what Commissioner Belknap seconded.
Okay.
And that as a potential.
So are you making that a motion to amend the amended motion?
I am.
We have a motion to amend the amended motion to make the final paragraph say, be it further resolved, the board requests Commissioner Bonema be potentially or be removed from the Finance and Administration Committee.
Did you say
But
potential?
that's a complete rewrite of the motion.
Right,
That's not an amendment of the motion.
I'm trying to get an
No,
amendment.
I just want to make sure that we're clear what we're motion.
I'll withdraw my motion right now and make it easier on you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Motion withdrawn. So we have a motion on the table from Commissioner Zylstra to make the final paragraph of this resolution read, be it further resolved, the board requests Commissioner Bonema be potentially removed as vice chair of the Finance Committee, depending on the disposition of the Finance Committee. Any other discussion, Commissioner Ebel?
I just need clarification. So I know that you had said that that he was going to be removed from 3 standing committees, which is the plant
Two.
2.
But this motion would recommend or request that he potentially be removed as vice chair of finance. So not removed from, it's requesting that he not be removed from any committees.
Oh, except for, oh, okay.
His leadership role, yeah. He would be removed from his leadership role.
Okay, but they're not removed from any other. Is that what this motion means?
That is correct, Commissioner Ebel.
Okay.
Correct. Commissioner Miedema.
I'm going to attempt again. I am going to ask that I'm going to amend the motion that the board would request Commissioner Bonema be removed from Finance Administration for the remainder of 2023.
Okay.
So I'm going to stop talking there, and then I would love to have share some extra thoughts.
I still believe we need to vote on the original motion.
We're going to go too deep on the amendments, but that is the limit, please. So we have an amended motion. The amended motion would be what Commissioner Miedema said, would to be request that Commissioner Bonema be removed from finance and administration.
I don't believe you can do that. I think the motion still needs to be voted on as is, and unless the clerk has a different opinion on that.
So we would vote on the amended motion, and that would then carry up to the amended. And we would vote on the amended motion
Well,
based on whether
if he's removed from finance, then my motion doesn't even come into
it
play.
would override your motion if it passed. Correct.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a suggestion that I would like to see us stay with the original motion, the original resolution, okay? And you had talked about removing him from, you said you were going to put him on 3 committees.
Remaining on 3 committees, right?
Right, right. And I think we should live with that.
There is a motion on the table
Yeah, I know.
to limit.
So there's an amended,
I'm just.
No, I understand.
thank you, Commissioner Bergman.
I understand that.
There is a motion to amend the amended motion to remove Commissioner Bonema from the Finance and Administration.
Can I, as corporate counsel, I do not believe that you can amend a motion that doesn't have a vote. Unless I accept that, and I don't accept that.
According to Robert's rules, you can offer an amendment to an amended motion.
Yes, and I did, and I don't accept that.
You don't have to accept it. It was made by another member of the board.
It just needs to be seconded by someone else, correct? In order to.
And it has not been seconded.
I second it.
It has now been seconded. So unless there's a lot of extra discussion, we'll go to a vote, and let me try to add clarity. Commissioner Zylstra's amended motion was to potentially remove Commissioner Bonema as vice chair. The amended motion is to simply remove Commissioner Bonema from Finance and Administration
Point of clarification.
as a request. Yes.
And so